Speaker is Dr. David Montague, PhD, and he's an associate professor of criminal justice, University of Arkansas, Little Rock, director of the UALR Senior Justice Center, which mentors college students while addressing elder crime. He earned a PhD at Howard University Political Science, a MA at George Washington University in Crime and Commerce, and a BA at Morehouse College in Political Science. Dr. Montague completed federal investigations for 14 years in law enforcement and intelligence capacities, working for the United States Drug Enforcement Administration as a federal drug diversion investigator. The United States JFK Assassination Records Review Board, he worked there as the senior investigator and as a consultant on national security matters with U.S. Investigation Services, Inc. He formerly served as a graduate coordinator for the UALR Master of Science Program, Criminal Justice, recipient of the 2009 UALR College of Professional Studies Faculty Excellence Award, and teaching. He's lectured at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. He is a member of the founding faculty of the PhD program in organizational leadership at the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. He recently graduated from the LEADAR program, Arkansas State Leadership Program, involving a 2-year commitment to service learning and travel within state, international. His major funded research project at present is to evaluate programming for the Arkansas Department of Community Correction, dealing with services for clients during and after release from prison. Dr. Montague is active in the community, volunteering as a deputy sheriff in Arkansas, running a macro-level prison rehabilitation program in Arkansas, serving on several discipline-related boards, one of them being the board of directors for the Academy of Criminal Justice Sciences, one of the largest national associations for criminal justice educators. And he has presented his research internationally at various conferences, served as a keynote presenter nationally, written numerous publications, and has a second book in progress, and testified before 2 legislators on prospective policies. And he's writing a book about the Assassination Record Review Board, and his title is The Importance of the Research Community in Assisting the U.S. Assassination Record Review Board, a testimonial from a former ARRB staffer. Dr. Montague, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. How is everybody? Well, I know I stand between you and a film, and I'm going to watch my time. I did get my watch down here. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. This is my second time speaking at the COPA conference. I've actually been aware of COPA and its activities since the 90s, obviously, because of my time at the review board. And the focus of my comments, and I'm just really honored to be here to be able to be with you, and that's kind of why I chose this topic instead of the last time I spoke more about what my role was with the Assassination Board. And I realize I'll have to do a brief kind of catch up for some people that might not be aware of what the review board actually was, is to actually give some understanding at the 50th anniversary about how important this group, and I'll just say august body, really is to what we were able to do, even given the obstacles that we had. So next slide, please. You know, a lot of you are familiar with this final report that our agency put together. And as many of you know, there were several investigations set up by Congress prior to ours. And next slide, please. You know, what was really interesting is that every agency prior to ours actually had a different mandate. And so what's important to realize for people that are not familiar with the Assassination Records Review Board is that our mandate was different. It was unlike any of the previous groups that had been set up before. And the mandate was not to look for the smoking gun, if you will, or determine or make a conclusion as to who killed the president. It was to hunt for records, and there were some key distinctions. For one thing, we were an independent agency like some of the others. We had a structure, and I'll talk about the structure in just a moment, that was different in the sense that we actually had a board member panel with a chair and staff under that, and I'll explain that. But we actually had the authority to determine as an agency what constituted an assassination-related record. In addition to that, we had subpoena power and the authority to compel testimony, is the way it's written in the law. And we also had the authority to issue deeds of gift to the National Archives and be able to give that type of document from the Archivist of the United States to anyone that had a record that they would like to turn over for history. And so there are a lot of different things that were different about our agency. And of course, I think the interesting one is our goal was to put everything in the National Archives and Records Administration's facility held at Archives 2, which is in College Park, Maryland, home of the JFK collection. The only way that any agency or entity anywhere could stop that process from happening of just declassifying whatever it is that the board decided to do would be to appeal to the President of the United States. And at that time, it was President Clinton. So that's a lot of authority. It's kind of sweeping. But we did have our challenges as well. I'll go back one more. No problem. What brought me to this point? Well, I said some of this last year because the question came up. You know, I grew up in the Washington, D.C. area. I admired John F. Kennedy as a child. I was actually not alive when the president was killed. And I actually have a couple pictures to make some fun because somebody in the research community said some funny things about me, and they thought I was too young to be able to work at the review board. But, you know, I'm 47, so. My family actually waited 18 hours in Washington, D.C. to see the president laying in state in the rotunda of the Capitol. They could have watched it on TV. They decided to go down and see it to say they were there, just like a lot of people came here yesterday to say they were here for that. I was 28 years old when I joined the review board. I never applied. I was actually contacted when I was a white-collar investigator at the Drug Enforcement Administration. And then that's how I found out about the agency. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that I did not have a take on the assassination. I knew about it, I knew of the controversies and so forth, but I was not one, and there were people that worked at the agency at the review board that did have their clear opinion, but in terms of an investigative standpoint, I did not. So I think one advantage of that was I had to learn, I had to teach myself and learn from others about the assassination. So in many ways, even though I was ignorant about some of those things, I had the investigative skill set and curiosity, and I was willing to push. And I like the way it was said earlier about, you know, tenured faculty. I'm a tenured faculty member where I am now, but back then I wasn't, but I acted like it. I guess, you know, investigators, we tend to, you know, we ask for what we want. So, and there's a way to do that that's not abrasive if you know how to get what you're really looking for. So I think that's important too, and why I was brought on board. A fresh pair of eyes is what I'm getting at. And when I left, I was 30? Yeah, 30 when I left to go do the PhD. So I can mention I had no preconceived notion going in. Since leaving the review board, and I have actually taught undergraduate and graduate courses related to JFK, or using JFK and the role of the ARRB as an example in terms of the policy cycle. And as so many speakers have talked about yesterday and today, looking from Warren Commission through the HSCA and so forth, there's a policy cycle. Something got it back on the agenda. In our case, it was Senator John Glenn, who wrote the JFK Assassination Records Collection Act in 1992. It was passed into law after the JFK Oliver Stone movie came out. And so, you know, like I said, I also taught a course at a, I don't like to use the word, I run a center dealing with crime, dealing with older people. And maybe that has something to do with the fact that I've interviewed so many people over the years, you know. But I taught a class at it's called Life Quest. And it's almost like a multiplex theater for retirees. They just go there, they sign up for classes, and people teach different things. It could be current events, you know, art, whatever it is. And I did a class on the JFK assassination, and they were thirsty for more. And they actually brought me materials. I found out there were a lot of Arkansas connections And I need to send you that article, John. It just came out yesterday about Arkansas. There's about 11 people that have Arkansas connections in central Arkansas, where I live now. And just so you know, John mentioned my book that I'm working on, finishing up now. I actually applied for a sabbatical and did that to go and do research for a semester. Came down to Dallas, I found out I did not plan on it. I was the first member of the review board to actually do one of those oral histories over at the sixth floor museum. I don't know why that's the case. I was surprised. I figured a lot of people had come over and done that just in the. I think people need to hear our story and be told. But I guess that gets back to the topic of my discussion tonight. Moving forward, next slide, please. Structure and culture. It's a really important thing to know that when we talk about the role of the research community, you have to understand how that fit and sometimes didn't fit, depending on who you talk to, with the structure and culture of our agency. I'm being as honest with you as I can. Well, I'm going to be honest with you because I have nothing to not be honest about. Next slide. What's interesting is, and pardon me, I didn't use the lines. I don't see a laser pointer, but you can see it pretty clearly, I guess, right? I made this little, stratification there. At the top, you have the board members, and directly below the board, and the board were folks are 4 university professors that teach at their. Well, one worked as library faculty. And the other 3 were regular faculty members. They would come to the Washington, D.C. area. 2 actually lived there once or twice a month, depending on how often we had material together. And they were paid, I believe it was at the ES level 1, which is a congressional level, in terms of a consulting type of salary, to actually have the authority to declassify documents, make decisions on certain things, resolve issues that we might have come across as the staff. And when we talk about all these different blocks, we're talking no more than around 30-some people. Not a lot of people. Think about that. Federal agency, independent, not a lot of folks. I went from an agency that had a little over 10,000 people, DEA, at that time, and on the white-collar side, we had less than 500 of us worldwide, to this size, And if I didn't mention it before, we all had to have a break in service before we could join the review board. Obviously, they had to redo security clearances, things of that nature, but you could not transfer directly in. So if somebody came from the CIA or the FBI or military. In my case, I worked at a bank. I didn't commit credit card fraud at the bank, but I worked at, you're supposed to laugh at that. I worked at the bank dealing with credit card fraud issues and then transition over. So it's kind of a leap of faith, presuming that I would get the clearance, in fact, to go over there. Under the executive director, and that was when I was hired, it was Dr. David Marwell. And I remember when I went into his office and I received the phone call saying, hey, this agency exists. I'm thinking like, what agency? Who are you assassinating? What's going on? I had no idea, And then finally did some research and found out more about it, went to D.C., and I saw a couple of books laying up there, and of course I was so naive at the time about it. Even though I was from the D.C. area, I said, well, this whole thing's focused on Kennedy? How much could there be? You say you did laugh that time, right? Little, to borrow from, and I joked to somebody else, I said this earlier, so I apologize for repeating it to you again. To borrow from The Matrix, which actually borrowed from Alice in Wonderland, you take the red pill and you question how deep the rabbit hole goes. I had no clue, and I was so appreciative of the previous panel session right before my getting it. I had no clue how deep things went, connecting JFK to RFK and MLK and all the, and I'm a Morehouse graduate. Dr. King went to Morehouse. I've been to his dormitory room and, joining the review board and seeing MLK records. I mean, that's just imagine you're 28 and all of a sudden, one of the predominant figures of history, and you're all of a sudden you're right there dealing with those things. That's but the executive director was research and analysis, and then under research analysis you had the different I'll just say teams. And connecting to the executive director was the Office of Administration, handling all the security-related things in terms of, clearances and payroll, all those different things overall. Copies of records dealing with, because the National Archives, if you're in government, federal service or military, your file eventually goes to the National Archives when you leave it, if you didn't know that, because I've had to go to St. Louis many, many times to look at files. And the administration office handled that. Tom Samolov, the public affairs officer that we had, and then there was investigations. And obviously why I set this up diagrammatically is simple, because some people have thought for many years is that somehow investigations was part of research and analysis. And what you have to understand structurally was that investigations literally reported to the executive director. And think about what that means, okay? Research and analysis dealing with a lot of the issues that have been brought up so far at the conference. Very important. There are obviously a lot of things we already knew when our agency was created that needed to be addressed. There were also some other things that, for research and analysis to be able to do that job, they needed to find people, they needed to get access to certain things. And so investigations would work with research and analysis on some of those things. However, investigations also had the authority to go out and independently find things, or when concerns were brought up by the research community, for instance, that we could decide to go out and do that. When I say we, there was Ann Buttimer and me. And Ann left, I guess. Ann used to be FBI, and I think she was a counterintelligence for the FBI for a while, and then she's also a lawyer, and then left, and then I became a senior investigator. And so I think I was 29 at that point. But again, that's a lot to deal with, with these different things. And so think about the numbers of folks that we're talking about again. Not that many people in terms of resources. That's why it was so important to have relationships. Now, you remember what I said earlier about structure is important, but what was the other bullet that I had the slide before that? Culture. Remember, I'm the educator. I got to do that. Culture, right? Culture became very, very important because, as I mentioned, I had no take on the assassination prior to joining the review board. Neither way. All right. However, and again, I'm being honest with you, day in and day out, somebody will call somebody, and we were dealing with something back then. And then technology that came up while we were during our tenure was attaching a file to a document. We were dealing, everybody else is faxing things or putting what we call snail mail nowadays, right? But when people would bring things, my attitude, remember, I came from investigations. And I came from the side on the white collar corporate. I was doing most of the cases, physicians, pharmacists, corporations, substance abuse treatment clinics. And those types of cases require lots and lots of digging and documentation and relationship building. Meaning you go in and you might not get along well with them, but you might not let them know that. Or you agree to disagree, but you find a way to make things work. And my point is really simple. That where I saw the net wide open in terms of I don't exclude anything that someone from the research community brings to my attention. I did have some people that I did work with who occasionally would say, hey, David, that just seems kind of outlandish. Maybe you don't need to go, and it weren't, remember the structure here, I didn't report to them. I reported to the executive director. So if somebody says that to me, I only brought it to the executive directors, and we did have our disagreements about some things, the executive director and I did. But again, remember, I'm out there in the field, and I brought it to his attention one time. I said, you know, you got some folks in research and analysis that are trying to tell me what I need to do and trying to tell me I need to do this and that. He says, what do you think about that? I said, they can go kick rocks for all I care. They need to justify why they think, you know, I need to, if I'm telling them something doesn't make sense, they need to explain why it does. But they are not in the position to put me out there at risk or to do something that jeopardizes something else that's ongoing, or to dismiss something that someone has asked for us to try to track down, whether we find it or not, but it's not their place to do that. So I looked at him to see what his response is going to be. And what do you think he said? Go ahead, you can guess. Huh? You said it. No, he didn't tell me I was wrong. He said, you decide what you're going to do. You decide, and you just tell them, you know. And if they want your cooperation, they're going to have to understand that they need to give you full understanding about the projects. They can't just give you piecemeal. I had the same security clearance they did. TSSCI. All of us did. I could go in a SCIF, they go in a SCIF. I could go here, I could go there, they could, same thing, right? Yeah, so that's a cultural thing, you understand? And so it's hard for some people to understand how that can play out day in and day out. Some people responded well to that, and of course some people did not. And they were, it's okay, you keep trying, it's okay, you know. Some student doesn't like what you do, they have to follow the rules, right? They gotta follow the student handbook. If they don't, that's on them, right? In my case, I went to the executive director. My marching orders are clear. As long as I'm doing my job, and believe me, that meant doing a lot more hours than obviously what we get paid for. We didn't have overtime, we're at so many different research facilities trying to track things down and get computer time, because what you have to understand is, you know, we're talking about multitasking. There were two of us, and then there became one. And then working in conjunction with other folks in different units and different teams, that meant that we would collaborate, and we collaborated a lot. And most of the time, it went very well. However, lots and lots of problems sometimes, especially dealing with interagency relations. And I know one research community member has asked me about that before in an interview, about how that would play out. But you know the story of our release of records. All right, next. Yeah, I didn't mean to go so far. What's important for you to understand about your importance is that remember, I was new to this. So from the very first public hearing that we had, that I was able to attend, it really helped me to understand the assassination in terms of educating myself on it and why that was important. You did that for me, because if not, I do not know how much I would have received right there from my coworkers. And that's as honest as I can be, all right? It also, I saw the research community from the start as a real partner in trying to fulfill our mandate. And I realized not every previous investigation has seen the research community as a partner. I realized that. But I certainly saw that as being integral to making things work. And obviously, and I'll just tell you, I had actually more issues just dealing with folks that I had to deal with for work than I did ever with the research community folks. Very helpful, bringing to us, suggesting things that never would have thought of probably. I dealt with obstacles in the public and within my own agency, as I mentioned, but thankfully we were stratified the way that we were. And we weren't perfect, and I know I made some mistakes. I know that. Did the best we could with the resource we had, but I think it's the level of due diligence was improved because of our relationship, and what I consider very, very important is working with the research community. It made me think about the research community and the public in terms of pushing for records daily. And that also meant, how are records being preserved? That meant going to the vault at the National Archives and seeing, well, yeah, anybody can go and see copies of things. I want to actually go in and see, how is it stored? What are those things that entail the vault? You know, where are the Zapruder film? Where's Zapruder film, Nix, much more? I've seen all those. The original, well, it was purported to be the originals of those things there. You know, the autopsy photos, x-rays, Commission Exhibit 399, so forth. And a lot of people don't even realize that the vault is, unless they've changed it, was kept at 29 degrees Fahrenheit. That you have to wear a spacesuit to go in there. They call it the spacesuit. And it's kept in the same area as original NASA film footage and Lincoln material and Project Blue Book material and all those different things. Next. So that's a very important thing. Next slide, please. Just to have some, yeah, that's me up on the left at work. And you probably recognize the guy on the right, Doug Horn. And I know Doug's done, I have his book, the 5-volume, you know. And what's interesting, that's me graduating Quantico, and that's me at the NSA. But with Doug, it's really interesting. Everybody knows Doug, and I can say this publicly because everybody knows Doug here, probably. Doug is very clear about his position on the assassination. And remember, I walked in with no knowledge. But again, it's about relationship building. If I need to get a quick understanding as to what are the multiple sides, I already know he has a position on it, but bring me up to speed. That type of thing. That was a daily occurrence at the review board, going in and asking certain questions to become knowledgeable enough before I get on the phone with somebody at an agency or dealing with an issue in Miami. Miami was mentioned. I had to go to Miami, New Orleans, all those different things, dealing with all these different things. Next slide. I'm almost done. I thought I'd have some, just give you a couple examples. Most of you have probably seen some of these things. You know, we use a system called Lotus Notes. And again, the importance of working with the research community. And again, my view when I came there, because I grew up believing in service, it improved working with you and doing that work over the 2 years that I was there. We had to maximize, or at least I tried to maximize the use of technology. So when I would do a call report or someone else, I would copy that person. That's why it's been hard for folks to find my records. You go to the archives website, I'm sure you have, and you see my name, but you don't see my record group. Well, I don't know how long it takes. Maybe it just takes a long time to remove certain things to release those records. I don't know how long it takes to remove that. I'm being sarcastic. But if you look in other people's records, like Joan Zimmerman's or Doug Horn's, you will find copies of things that we worked on together. And I think that's some of the beauty of this, that we really tried to make sure, you know, what's a backup in some way, if we can, of some type, I should say. So here's one report dealing with a packet. I think I sent a packet to John Stringer dealing with, well, you know, the witnesses and consultants. Next slide. Here's another one dealing with Eve Carr, who also, well, formerly was Eve Walking. And then you can tell there were a lot of us involved with that, but it has to do with various activities at the archives and the autopsy photos and the infamous 1966 inventory that was brought up yesterday. Bless you. So trying to document these things. Now somehow these are up there. I don't know why mine are not. And all I can say is my intention was that everything is there. So, and I certainly cannot talk about what's not there. Go ahead. That was hard to read, but some of you are already familiar with the Joan Zimmerman memo about James Mastervito and the comments that he made about food processor in the brain. You know, being there through all of that and having to kind of digest that and then try to connect the dots in a way, you know, and again, I think it was so advantageous to have a positive relationship with the research community, because then it helped us to be able to help tie some of these things together that later became released documents. We released a lot of documents. Well, I'm sorry, the board released a lot of documents, not just me. I'm just a lowly staffer. Next. We're almost done. This one is dealing with, the interview with Sandra Spencer, and MPIC and Materials Agent Fox. That was her recollection. This is the conversation with Velma, is it Ruman? Yeah, formerly Vogler. And, you know, it's just another example. It's again dealing with Navy. Next. And this one is dealing with Homer McMahon. I thought I heard that name mentioned earlier today. And dealing with the analysis of the Zapruder film. You know, and again, the public made it clear. I say the public, I mean the research community and folks that are not writing the books that you're writing. Your books helped. They helped people like me because they helped educate me. I mean, heck, I'm writing my own book now, but my drug book, and I'm glad you all mentioned the importance of I ran into resistance writing my book about crack cocaine, powder cocaine, federal legislation, which it still sold well, but it sold better independently on Amazon. But, you know, I don't have to worry about the tenure thing anymore, but I understand the importance of getting that message out. There are a lot of folks that do not or won't accept the fact that they need to have an open mind and look at multiple perspectives. All right? Next. I think this might be the last one. Oh, this is the conversations that we had. I first sent a packet, I think, to Carl Belcher. You're probably familiar with him, former head of the criminal division at Main Justice. And then later I ended up having to go do an inventory at his house, you know, later on. So, you know, things of that nature. So it just kind of gives you a flavor for some of the things we did. Next. Oh, there's one more. What's this? Oh, this is a really interesting one that I'll kind of finish up on now. This one, somebody brought up last year when I spoke, and I didn't really get into it, but I mean, given this the 50th and everything this year, I thought I'd mention it because it's been circulating a lot more. And one of my students actually found this document when I taught a class dealing with this. Is who here is familiar with the interview that I did with Janie Taylor? Yeah, you are. And her allegation that she worked across the street from where the autopsy of record was held, and that she received or heard a story from her relative, who now deceased, Clarence Israel, who talked about some of the racial component, saying that in 1963 it was very common for African Americans working in a workplace to they can have the same responsibilities, but they're considered invisible in that workplace. People presume that they're not valued, they're not worth, they can say whatever or do whatever in front of them, and that it would not really matter. And the allegation, according to Taylor in the record, was that someone, according to Clarence, was that before the autopsy actually happened, that a person was brought in and hurriedly did something to, I think I forgot the exact wording she had on there, but I thought it was mutilate the president's throat area. And then was hurried out under military escort, and that's the allegation there. And then if you click the next slide, that I found that in this book, that story, because there was one of the members of the research community took that story, that call report, and started digging, and then found more background on Clarence Israel and the family. And it turns out Janie Taylor, shortly after that story was given to me, but that's another story. And this was an image that I believe it was his father drew, and you might be able to tell. It's supposed to be the orderlies there looking down because they say they were there in the room, but it's hurriedly happened. But it's an image that haunted him till his death. And so again, whether you believe the story or not, I thought, and a lot of my coworkers thought, it was important for, as you put it, the record, because the record is what matters, and the American people and people outside of America need to be able to make up their own mind, not have somebody tell them what it is. Next, I think this is it. So the rest of the story, and I'm not going to get into the pictures, it was something really fast. The hidden story of how this has really helped me in my personal life, I encourage in a partial way to actually go and do my PhD. I was going to do it in criminology. I decided, based on everything I experienced, to do it in political science. You know, get it? Okay. So I also sought to contribute, like you do, in terms of my own scholarship and service. It made me maximize my view of trying to do public services. John mentioned, the different things. And then also to mentor students. And just really fast, Robert Gurdon is not in the room. I don't see him in the room right now, but he is partially responsible for me being married to the person I'm married to right now. Click real fast. Click. Got it. My wife, I went to go see Bob Grodin at a book signing in Georgetown in Washington, D.C., and ran into now my wife, and she was on a date with somebody, and I said, and we've known each other since we were kids, but we didn't like each other. We married different people before. And I looked at her and said, that's who I need to be with. Literally. But because I went to go see Bob Grodin down there, that actually happened. So I think you hit and then that'll close it out. That's the little student, I mentioned mentoring, that's a student program we just did on JFK in Los Angeles, just a student mentoring thing. I think you can keep going. That's just at the prison doing more student stuff. But again, it's all about service. And I really do credit the research community with helping to kind of spark that fire in me. So I appreciate what you did. Last year, people were saying, oh, thank you for your service and for the ARB and things like that. I appreciate you because not only did you help me learn how to become, I think, a better investigator, not perfect, but I think you really helped me and many others to try to do the best we can for the record, which I think is so important. Thank you very much.
Filmmaker Randy Benson is a graduate of Wake Forest University. Oh, you're right. Geesh, it's because you were rushing me. Okay. Yeah, our next speaker is going to talk about teaching JFK in schools. And his name is Bill Holliday. And I've had the pleasure of being brought in by Skype to his high school classroom and interviewed by some of his students and asked questions. So Bill Holliday has been teaching in the WSESU in Vermont for 42 years. He's been an adjunct faculty member at Keene State College since 1985 and at Castleton State College since 2008. Holliday has been integral in developing the White Rose Project for integrated instruction and writing curriculum. The White Rose has involved student-teacher groups in England, 1995, 97, 2001, the Republic of Ireland in 99 and 06, Italy in 08, Alabama, Mississippi, and Georgia in 04, Cuba in 09, Northern Ireland 2010 and 2012. He's developed field studies with groups in Dallas, Texas to investigate the assassination of John F. Kennedy. In '99, he was named JFK Lancer's National Teacher of the Year for instruction in the Kennedy assassination. 2 of his students have been awarded National Student of the Year awards. During the summer of '03, Holliday was selected to participate in Teach Vietnam Teachers Network, and during the summer of '07, visited Vietnam with Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund, and he and the students have developed a community service offering to aid UXO victims in Quang Tri province. And he's currently developing a graduate course in conflict resolution in Bosnia. Holliday is a graduate of Windham College, 72 BA American Studies, and Keene State College, 75 Masters in Education, adjunct faculty, Keene State College, New Hampshire, and Carleton State College, Vermont.
What is on this is...
And he's going to talk about teaching the JFK assassination.
That's okay. Leave it. It's okay.
No. We have 2 monitors.
Oh, I see. You mean it's on one side?
I guess he's going to do it from down there.
That's because I work alone every day. No one moves my slides for me. I do it myself, so I'm going to do what I do every day. I will say that I don't deal with people like you every day. In my classroom, if I don't keep things moving pretty quickly, in a few minutes, the electronic devices are out. And you're a unique crew. I don't see any Your tenacity for those seats is beyond my comprehension. We teach in block scheduling these days, which is about an hour and a half, and to expect high school students to sit down for an hour and a half and listen to somebody, and many of you have been listening to somebody since 9 o'clock this morning or whenever the start was. What I'm going to do with you is show a sampling of the kinds of things that I do with students. I will admit not to being the normal high school teacher. There are probably 5, 6, maybe 7 or 8% of us that deviate from the textbook, where there's a paragraph or two about the assassination of John F. Kennedy. I have taught generic courses, which include a day, maybe 2, of the Kennedy assassination, but my school is very generous and allows a seminar to be taught, and it rotates within our department, and each year I have taught that. I have allowed the students to choose from a small laundry list of topics. Are we okay? All right, well done. A small laundry list of topics, including the John F. Kennedy assassination. And last year, for example, when I taught it, we have an 18-week period of time. 9 weeks were devoted to the Kennedy assassination, the other 9 to the troubles in Northern Ireland. A few years ago, the students chose the John F. Kennedy assassination period, and so we started in the last week of August and went through to Martin Luther King Jr. weekend in mid-January, and that's all we studied was the Kennedy assassination. And guys like John Judge and many others in the research community have made this possible for me. I am a conduit for what you do. You don't have access to the high school kids in this country, so in reality, you're depending upon people like me to carry the message. And as the previous speaker, David, had just said, he feels that it's very important to allow people to make up their own minds. And I'm not going to leave them with those 2 paragraphs in a textbook. I haven't used a textbook in 41 years anyway. But you have a question? I don't, I'll show you. Hang on, let's go. We'll take a look. I've got my own timer here too, John. You'll appreciate that. So you don't have to worry about me. Okay.
What kind of a peace do we seek? I am talking about genuine peace, kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, not merely peace in our time, peace in all time. Our problems are man-made, therefore they can be solved by man, for in the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's future, and we are all mortal.
And your children's future is in the hands of people like me. Sorry. Okay, Kennedy said the torch had been passed to a new generation. I just told you about being the conduit. This email just came to me today, and occasionally one of these rolls in. It's one of the more flattering kinds. I'll read it to you. A couple of years ago, you taught me a handful of us not to believe just what we've been told by the media, but to find out things for ourselves. I still practice what you preached. Special thanks, especially on this day of all days. Keep up the good work. The research community's been a great help to me. If you're not going to use a textbook, then you need to use the research community. And Bob Groden, as you can see here, over the years, I have several photos, including the one in the bottom right-hand corner from this morning. The other photographs are from previous years. We quite often meet with Bob when I bring groups to Dallas in the plaza where he's perched. That had special meaning here with the pigeons on. You didn't get it. I'm worried. I'm worried about this crew. But down in the bottom left, and he was killed in an airplane crash in 2002. And a few years later, his wife said to a guy who worked for her, he asked me to stop calling him the handyman. He's heard me speak some other times. Throw his stuff away. Well, he didn't throw it all away. There were a couple of suitcases. And he found out that I was teaching about the assassination through a parent who came to class every day just because he was interested in it. He had real difficulty with his wife. His wife was angry at him. He was late for work every day because he would come to class first, but he was speaking at a wedding. And this guy who worked for Liebler overheard the conversation and decided he'd come and see me. And so I went through Wesley Liebler's personal stuff, which was 2 suitcases packed with primary source handwritten notes and some tapes, which I digitized. And I'll give you an example. Mark Lane was speaking to us last night, and here's Mark Lane in a debate with Wesley Liebler shortly after the publication of Mark Lane's book, Rush to Judgment. Oh, excuse me.
Cover of Life magazine is a photograph which allegedly was found by the Dallas police among Oswald's possessions, and it shows a person who purports to be Lee Harvey Oswald holding a rifle in one hand and some newspapers in the other hand, and there appears to be a disparity on the face of the photograph. That is, the shadow from the nose appears to fall directly down into the middle of the mouth, dividing that mouth quite in half, indicating the sun was almost directly overhead when the picture of Oswald's head was taken. Unfortunately, however, for the authenticity of the photograph, at least in terms of a fast examination of it, the shadow from the body goes in an entirely different direction. It goes to the right and to the rear, indicating the sun was to the left front when the photograph was taken. There are several explanations for this. Number one, it may have been that the photograph was taken in a society which enjoyed a dual solar system. We cannot exclude any possibility.
And here is Wesley Liebler's response. I can find it here. There we go.
Let's let Mr. Liebler have a crack at the answer to this question.
First, a couple of words. The reason that the picture on the roof of the Justice Department was taken was to discover whether or not you could tell from looking at the rifle that was in the man's hand, whether it was the same rifle that was in Oswald's hand in the picture. And it had nothing to do with the juxtapositions of the shadows, and that's perfectly clear from the report. And if Mr. Lane doesn't know that, I hope he'll do some research on it before he makes the speech again, because that's the fact. Second of all, Mr. Schoenfeld examined the photograph, and it's possible to tell if the photograph edges aren't cut when they print it, which this one was not, to tell whether it was taken from a particular lens, to the exclusion of all other lenses, just like bullets from a rifle. And he testified that after having examined it, that this picture was taken from Oswald's camera to the exclusion of all other cameras. Marina Oswald testified that she took the picture in the backyard of their apartment at Neely Place Street. Now, in addition to that, and this is kind of interesting in view of the dual solar system argument, because I have a picture here that I want to show you. This will be here for you to examine afterwards if you can't see it now. Now, I'm sure you can't see it very clearly from here, but I want you to examine the nose shadow on this photograph, which is exactly the way the nose shadow was on the picture that Mr. Lane just talked about. Now, there's the body shadow. It doesn't go directly behind at all. It goes off to the side. And I may represent to you that this picture was taken right here in Los Angeles on Saturday, and if any of you saw 2 suns in the sky, then you can subscribe to Mr. Lane's theory about this picture.
I guess Liebler had a sense of humor, too. I also found this in Wesley Liebler's belongings, and I don't know who it is. I put this out to my friend Ed Sherry a few years ago, and he's walking around today in the conference with a 3-ring binder, and on the back of it, he has this photograph. I don't know if that's a Warren commissioner, a police officer. Anyone seen it?
Supposedly it's a police officer from the Dallas police.
Okay.
A lot of the police officers were given extras of this, and so it came from the intelligence division of the Dallas police.
Thank you. You're the first one who's ever had an answer to that question. I appreciate it. Also, Mark Lane yesterday was talking about bullets, Cyril Weck, excuse me, Dr. Weck, I should say, who Skyped with us also, along with John, into our classroom. All you have to do is ask, and many of these people will respond. The magic bullet, Commission Exhibit 399, is in the middle there, and there are damaged bullets that have been fired into the wrists of cadavers, and that was withheld from researchers for over 8 years. I was asked here in the front row, what did I use for this course if I don't use a textbook? And I just wanted to give you an example of how generous some of the people who are selling books up here are. I contacted Noel Twyman about his book, very, very expensive and very, very good book. And Noel Twyman on the telephone from California gave me permission to use his book, Bloody Treason. I relied on Rex Bradford at the Mary Farrell Foundation. He had all those documents. And he also, with a grant that they got, had a machine that would chop off the bindings of books and then in minutes scan the entire book and digitize it to PDF. And Noel Twyman said, yes, go ahead and use it, by all means. I called up Vince Palomara for Survivor's Guilt. It wasn't even out in book form. It was just in, you might remember, some of you, it was in the original binder kind of format. He said, yes, by all means. He sent it to me by Microsoft Word document. And when he updated it, he sent me the update. He said, go ahead, use it with your students. Bob Groden, now you know, and I will say this publicly here, Bob's a little quirky. Maybe more than a little, but here is my exchange of emails with Bob Groden. And I won't read everything to you here, but essentially, I'm asking him for permission to use his book called The Search for Lee Harvey Oswald. And that's one of his more expensive books, at least until the most recent one. And so I'm telling him here, you remember us, the last paragraph, several of the students met and dined with you at Gators last spring, and we bought his meal, and he remembered that, and finally said that it's probably too expensive to do this, so I don't think he thought we would do it. Oop, who's that guy? And so he said, you know, go ahead and do it. Sounds cool, he said. And he asked for a copy for himself, which I gave him. And then John mentioned that he had Skyped with us. So here's John's picture from this morning, but here's John talking with my students about something that bore fruit, came to fruition just days before this conference. Oh, you son of a gun. Pardon me. That's the price I pay for doing my own slide.
And so we have been challenging this. The mayor has a planning committee. We've tried to meet with them and contact them. I met with the mayor when he came here for the inauguration and told him what we wanted to do, suggested they move their event to where they've had it in the past, the JFK Memorial, and suggested that lacking that, he could do his event before or after hours, that we wanted a visible presence there, and we wanted to be able to hold our event, and you know, we will go to court if we have to establish its rights.
At the time, who knew, right, John? Here we are today. I've also contacted numerous eyewitnesses over the last several years. Both of these have since passed away. You might recognize Al Reich, Aubrey Wright, the ambulance driver who handled Kennedy's body, and Paul O'Connor on the right, who participated in the autopsy at Bethesda, with two very, very different stories about the casket.
So they had called a priest to come out there. Meantime, the casket had arrived, and we had it in position to put him in the casket. So we was going to pick him up and put him in the casket. And I ready to put my hand underneath his head. The way the ambulance drivers work, or the ambulance people work, is one man takes the head and goes to the waist, and the next guy puts his hand next to him in the waist and keeps his legs out, and you can roll the patient up and, you know, turn around, put him in a casket or on a cot or something like that, and keep him, you know, injuring your back. Well, when I pulled pulled him up like this, well, blood started running off my shirt. So I told Pence, just put him back down. We put him down, and his head was still draining. So I asked Miss Nelson if we could get one of the rubber sheets they use for, we call it a bedwetting sheet, but they put them under patients that are bleeding real bad where they have to move them. They can move them off those sheets real easy. And we rolled the sheet up, kind of made a little dam-like thing, and put it in a casket to keep from, running a line in the casket. It's a very expensive casket. And it's the most expensive we had at the funeral home at the time.
Most expensive casket we had at the funeral home at that time. And then Paul O'Connor gets the casket at Bethesda Naval Hospital. And I did it again. It's like the Marx Brothers, except I'm alone.
5 minutes later, the door burst open in the back of the morgue, and 6 gentlemen, Navy and Navy personnel too, came in carrying a gray shipping casket.
That opens the kids' eyes for sure. Not all of the eyewitnesses that I exposed the kids to believe that there was conspiracy. Jim Lavelle believes that Oswald did it for certain.
He was calm and collected, and he answered all of my questions. He didn't answer them truthfully, but I had handled 2 other police murders, so I knew that, contrary to what you see on television, when you sit down and start talking to them, they don't confess, yeah, I've done it and all this, and so forth. They just don't do that. So when I asked him about shooting Tippit, he said, I didn't shoot anybody. Well, I thought that was a little unusual, because usually when I'm talking to them about shooting an officer, whether they kill him or just wound him, they'll tell me I didn't shoot the cop or I didn't shoot the officer.
And here's a small list of some of the people that we have talked to over the years. And I'll show you a little piece here, a student product. What do the kids do? Occasionally a student is moved and puts together something like this.
My fellow citizens of the world, ask not what America will do for you, but what together we can do for the freedom of man.
If they shoot me down to shut me down, who'll take my place? If they bring an army into this town, who'll take my place? If they rule this land and silence me, when I'm laid out with injury, when my words won't matter anymore, who will take my place? Revolution, you are not my own. Who will take my place? There are flowers painted on these stones. Who'll take my place? When the silence of oppression dies, overheard beyond the battle cries, are the words of final compromise. Who will take my place? when this world's an empty, creaking floor. Ooh, will take my place. If they rule this land and silence me, when I'm played out with injury, when my words won't matter anymore, ooh, take my place. Ooh, take my place.
I will tell Kate you gave her applause. John, I'm 1 minute under schedule. I'll bet no other speaker today has done that. Unless somebody has a question or something.
Yeah, I've got a question.
Yes.
I've tried to
Here,
give,
might as well let people hear your question.
Okay.
Sure.
I've tried to give lectures, well, not tried, I've given lectures at junior highs and high schools, and inevitably, it causes so much controversy that they prefer not to have me come back. And I don't talk about anything that you don't talk about, but in certain areas, you know, it seems like the majority of, I'd say 99% of American schools are scared to death of this subject. How do you overcome that? What would you suggest to us?
I'm in Vermont, first of all. I'm in Vermont, first of all. But secondly, think about what you just said. You're up against the same conspiracy that all these people are up against. So you can stand up and be counted.
Trying to get into the schools is the tough part.
I say, so you're not a teacher. Yeah. Yeah, well, my school, I guess, is very, very generous and maybe unique.
Very unique.
Very unique in that sense. But again, the idea is to give kids a chance to think about something. Whether you're Republican, communist, socialist, Democrat, whatever you are, that's up to you. But it's up to us to push people to the right, to push them to the left so they can at least be exposed.
Except in Kansas, and it's illegal to be anything except ultra-right.
You need to start changing that.
Both brothers own the state.
All right. I don't know who owns Vermont.
Yeah, I was just wondering, what do modern high school textbooks say about the assassination?
Well, you'll be surprised. I looked at one fairly recently, just so in case somebody asked me that question. And it had a little bit more than it used to have. I'm going to say 20, 25, maybe even 30 years ago, there was a paragraph or two, and it was Lee Harvey Oswald without question. But they do give credence now to the fact that there are dissenting opinions. They don't have the 85% that John has, but they do give credence to dissenting opinion, and they say there are a lot of questions. People question a lot of different things with the assassination. But you have to understand one thing about a textbook. It's designed to do one thing, and that is make a profit. And to make a profit, it has to sell to the broadest audience, and that means it needs to be politically as narrow as possible. No way can it go too far to the left or to the right and alienate, for example, California or Texas. Now, you think that one over, how hard it is. So textbooks by design are the driest, most boring material there is, I think. Yeah, that's an opinion. Oh, another question. Are we holding up the film here, John?
Just one thing about textbooks. I taught high school for 33 years, and I taught junior college at night. I had a junior college textbook, U.S. History 1945 to present. It had Oswald killed President Kennedy, and then a few hours later, he himself was shot to death in the basement of the Houston jail. As God is my witness. That's textbooks.
thanks for coming tonight and doing this. I've been studying miscellaneous for this book that I'm trying to write, and one of the things that's I want to ask right now is, how many of you here in this room, and it's not going to be statistically accurate because you may know the same teacher, but how many of you know of a teacher that in high school, junior high school, college, that taught a course on the assassination? I have a feeling it's quite a lot of people. But can you just, I mean, Edgar Tatro, we all know he taught for 30 years. I'm sure you all know who that is. But can you think of, are there a lot of people who have been teaching the course on JFK for the last 30 years? That's what I'm trying to find out. Anybody? Yeah. One guy. John who? Yeah, right. Okay.
Thanks. Okay, well, thank you, Bill.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
All right, so filmmaker Benson is a graduate of Wake Forest University and of the North Carolina School of the Arts School of Filmmaking. His films have garnered numerous awards, most notably the Gold Medal in the Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences Student Academy Awards. And his work has been featured on HBO, Bravo, Independent Film Channel, and several international channels. He is an instructor of film and video at the Center for Documentary Studies at Duke University. And some years ago, he came to the June 10th event we do every year at American University and filmed me and started tagging around and following researchers around and made more.
Well, a lot of you have seen me hanging around for quite a few years now. I just going to say a few words and then we'll get right into the movie. I started on this journey thinking, I think my journey making this film, my path, mirrors that of the typical researcher, I think. What started off as what was a simple curiosity led to 12 years of a singular obsession to get a project done. I had no idea that when I, in the summer of 2001, got in my car from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and drove to Washington, D.C. on leaving at 6 a.m., getting to American University on June 6th to June 10th, getting out of my car, John Judge standing there, walking up to him and saying, "I'm Randy Benson, and I'd like to make a movie about what you do." And he said, and you know, when you do that, you're thinking that people they could go either way. And then that's the end of the film, on to the next project. Or, sure. And you know John, and of course he said sure. And I consider him a very close friend, and it's been 12 years, and he knows my kids practically, and you know. But I got on this path like so many people in my generation. Upon seeing the film JFK, so many questions were popped into my head, and I just didn't know. I considered myself an educated person, but there was so much in the film that I just didn't know, and it's not as if that I necessarily took everything I took everything with a healthy skepticism. And the two title cards at the end of the film really gave me to really start pursuing this curiosity. The first was when the title card at the end that said Clay Shaw, the Richard Helms admitted under oath that Clay Shaw had worked for the Central Intelligence Agency. That's crazy. Why don't we know this? And the second one was about the files being locked away. So I started reading these, just doing research, and over and over and over were researcher Bob Groden, blah, 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 researcher, blah, blah, blah. Now, a esteemed member of the media or famous academician, it was always researcher, and I like the films I make are portraits, documentary portraits of individuals. And I was like, who are these people, and what do they do? How do they make a living? And that got me going a little bit, and then, I don't know if you remember this, but in the fall of 2001, after 9/11, and I watched all these films and read so much, and I knew a lot about the church committee hearings, which I hadn't known about much before. And Donald Rumsfeld said, one of the reasons that 9/11 happened was because of the findings of the church committee. And that's what pushed me over the edge. And I got online and said, where are these researchers hanging out? I got to meet these people. And the only web presence at that time was, for a conference, was Lancer. So I came down in the fall of 2001, went to the Lancer conference, took the tour, met people, and Peggy Davidson was there and said, you know, there's another conference across town. You know about that, don't you? I said, no, I don't know. And they said, yeah, the Coalition on Political Assassinations across town. You really need to get in touch with John Judge. And so she gave me his contact info, and here we are on a Saturday night next to a rave in Hitler's bunker. But we're co-opting that bunker for artistic sake. So, but without further ado, and I'd love to get your feedback afterwards. I'll let the film speak for itself, and I'll speak for myself afterwards. I got to tell you that Gary Aguilar, I was flying from LA to San Francisco to get an interview with Gary. Is this Mike Ward speaking? And I was sitting next to this woman on the plane, and I started telling her about the project I was working on, and she said, they're just crazy. They don't have lives, they don't have jobs. All they do is sit in their mother's basements and read these books and have these crazy theories. So the next day, interview Teek and Gary, and then we go to Gary's office, and they get the footage of him working with patients and talking and doing his professional thing. And he says, Get closer to the mic, please. It's on, sorry. I can do it. So then Gary's like, oh, I have to be somewhere. And my cameraman and I, Lance Barbour, who couldn't be here tonight, but I said, well, Gary, can we go with you? And he said, sure. And so in one shot, I'm following him, saying so long to his office staff that he'll be right back, and his patients wave goodbye, and we walk down the hall into the elevator in one continuous shot, and I'm just asking him about the case, and we go down the elevator, then out, and across the street, and in up these steps and into this conference room, and when we walk in, a room full of doctors who are at the top of their professional level. They all rise and applaud Gary as he walks in. And apparently Gary lives in his mother's basement. Yeah, I won't. So this literally came from the edit room, and it's kind of a mess. And there's some segments that I didn't just throw together to put in that will be in. A couple that that everyone in this room is well aware of. The basic history of the case, all the different conferences, how researchers from the early critics on all these conferences that led on documents the world, people like me, the ammo to hear, you know, look at these documents and you tell me the meaning of them. And you've given the case the ammo. Whole sequence on the documents, expanding the media. I'm feeling like I need to explore the Peter Jennings 40th anniversary special a little more in depth. And finally, I'm creating a sequence about the sixth floor museum, and that's affectionately subtitled The Curious Case of Gary Mack. Since I've been working on, fell in love with John Schoenfeld, producer friend of mine. He came on board and has added fuel and, more than anything, just enthusiasm and support. And, you know, those wee hours in a tiny room looking at computers. Also, again, Lance Barbour, my cinematographer and very good friend. He couldn't be here. Many of you have seen him many times. But he had just moved from DC back to Colorado, bought a house, they moved in, then the floods hit that day. He closed, and it wiped his house out. So he said, I don't think I can make it to Dallas this year. Okay, enough of that. Any questions or comments or? Okay.
Oh, you can't see me. 2 weeks ago, I saw a film that is also first rate, but on the other half of the story, called JFK, A President Betrayed. And I can't recommend it highly enough. It's basically taking the foreign policy, it doesn't deal with the assassination, but it would make a wonderful double feature. And it's on Soviet Union, Cuba, and
Okay.
they even have the footage of JFK in Vietnam. And
Great. I hope what came across is just the respect and affection that an outsider who got to know what researchers deal
Thank
with.
you. I'd like to, you asked for suggestions, and I'll give you just a few brief suggestions. I'd like to see a little more of the history of these conferences,
Yeah, that's-
showing the room full of people interested in the subject. I'd like to see something about the JFK Assassination Information Center at the West End Marketplace and maybe the new location that they moved it to. A little bit about Bernard Finsterwald and Larry Ray Harris, people like that.
I am not going to be able to remember that right now, but please go to my website, the film's website, thesearchersfilm.com, and please let me know your goods, your bads, suggestions. If I pissed you off, that's okay. We're family. And if you liked what you saw, if there are names that I'm missing, if something comes to you, just please shoot me an email. And because I want it. It's critical that this is right, that this is correct.
Yeah, a lot of people like what they saw. What are the opportunities for this to be released?
Well, I've had previous films that have released, gone to festivals all over the world, and gotten distribution. So, knock on wood. Well,
Yeah, my initial reaction is you ought to make two versions of this. I think what we just saw actually has a value in terms of it's not too long, it's not too short. It would be appealing to folks who don't want to watch a 2-hour movie with all that extra material, but it is compelling in terms of attracting the human attraction of what you do, that you are committed to something that is so vital and important that you sacrifice to do it. And I just have to believe that an awful lot of people would be driven to investigate this case because of the curiosity you've created with what you just showed us. In other words, what I'm saying is, I'm not sure that most people will watch a 2-hour movie with all that extra material, but this, I think, would appeal to a broad section of people who don't necessarily want to learn all that other stuff, but would be really attracted to what we all have been doing.
I agree with you, and your point brings up, one of the broader points you bring up is who is my audience for this? And I think it's me in the mid-90s. I went to a really good school, and my parents were educated and always pushed us to learn more about the world, and I just didn't know. And it was shocking to me that how come I don't know? Why doesn't everyone know about this? And so I'm making it for me before I started this journey. So my colleagues, my colleagues at Duke, they don't know any of this. And those kids pay a lot of money to be taught by them. And they're getting ripped off, man.
Well,
Where are you?
yeah, will you be going to the Cannes Film Festival, and also will you possibly be nominated for the documentary category for like maybe two? No, but I would like to see it be nominated. Somebody's got to. Just a suggestion. Idea.
I'm all for it, man. Well, my student film won the Student Academy Award, and so, you know, there are people I intend to, favors I intend to call in, and all the people I've met during that time I'll be taking this film to them. So whatever happens, you know, it may not resonate with people, and maybe it just resonates with us, and that's okay. It's my intent to make an honest document, and we'll see what happens.
I didn't mean to be like too much commercial or capital, but I'm just, you know, saying.
Yeah. We just want to get it seen.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you for pointing out the Dan Rather situation, because I saw his show the other night where he was sitting in front of the camera, and you know, he was on the other side of the overpass that day and admitted to not hearing any of the shots, but was completely convinced that it was Oswald who acted alone, which was kind of stunning. And then secondly, I'd like to thank you for pointing out that Max guy's connections to the CIA, because I watched his show today and it was very convincing, very well done. But the fact that he was on the CIA payroll makes all the sense in the world now. So thank you.
Yeah, you bet. And plus, I just wanted to show that it's just people, just normal people.
Yeah, right.
Digging, you know. The day I spent with Jim Mars walking with his dog. I mean, most of the day was just out talking about the Texas backcountry that he loves so much.
Where Dan Rather behaved with the Kennedy assassination against his attempt to out George Bush with the National Guard. I mean, and when you look how hard you treat Dan Rather. I mean, there's something you think Dan Rather just get a conscience, or was Bush too many?
Dan Rather is amazing, and that, you know, the way I'm handling the media, don't expect good reviews. You know, it's giving my producer a headache right now thinking about it. But yeah, and the curious case of Dan Rather, but it's not that curious. Yeah, it is. And you know, the Hugh Ainsworth and Dan Rather, they were just Dallas reporters, and now they're superstars.
I think you did a great job, and I want to compliment you on it highly. I think that if possible, a segment on Fletcher Prouty would also add a lot to it, and I'm sure we can secure that through Leno Sanek and interviews that were done with Dave Ratcliffe, among other things. So some of that interweave in there may add some texture to it from an insider's point of view historically. And I don't know if it's possible to get any footage of Jim Garrison, that's not copyright protected and whatnot. But if so, I think that would also add some nice texture, because he did some good work as well. So there's going to be a billion suggestions I'm sure you're going to get.
Yeah,
I don't mean to second guess anything you're doing, because I think you did a great job.
Thank you. And, you know, so put yourself in my shoes and think, okay, you want to make a portrait of the research community. Who are you going to interview? And you make, your short list is going to be a couple hundred. Right? Oh, well, you know, he really knows everything about the windshield. Some guy knows, you know, I agree with the gentleman here that if it becomes too long, people are going to lose interest in. So you just got to find the right mix, the right puzzle pieces to put together. And to give you, you know, I guess the goal of something like this isn't to fully inform everybody. It's to stoke curiosity and give people an idea of where to go get information for themselves.
think that's all you can do. It's different. The world is a little different than you previously thought it was before you sat down and watched my film. So now that you know it's not the way you thought it was before you came in this theater, here's some people you can look up and go find. And here's some resources you can just to learn a little bit more about the world. And if we do that, you know, we can truly change the world. But, you know, this is for you, though.
See you tomorrow morning at 9, and happy that Marilyn Tenenoff got to do this, and she, you look up here and you see you're sitting here because of Marilyn Tenenoff. I couldn't have pulled this off at all without her. JFK Records at 50 is a takeaway, what's in and what's not. And Ben Rogers about what's new in the Pogue Library and JFK Archives, which are in business today at Family. So I guess we'll start now with Rex here. Rex Bassard is the self-appointed electronic archivist of JFK Records, working with the Assassination Archives Research Center and other people and organizations to put JFK and related records online. He's president of the Mary Carroll Foundation, whose website, marycarroll.org, has well over 1 million pages of such records, browsable and searchable online.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thanks, John. It's a pleasure to be here today. And I thought, given that it is the 50th anniversary, and we spend so much time fighting for the disclosure of government records, that it might be worth taking a little stock about the outcome of that struggle so far, and talk a bit about the scope of the declassified record, what's in all the files, what's not in them. Are there any smoking guns? What does it all mean? So I've got about 7 hours, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Just short.
Okay, so we're going to do this from 30,000 feet, obviously. First, where'd all these files come from anyway? Well, about half, and could we, yeah, there you go. I don't know if you can see that too well, but I'll explain anyway. I don't think you really need the slides too much. About half come from the several investigations into JFK's murder. There's about close to 1 million pages of records from the Warren Commission. Some of those are duplicates, and that's true across the collections. Close to 1 million pages from the House Committee, and much smaller collections from Church Committee, Garrison Investigation, Rockefeller Commission, and the other investigations that had at least some component looking into Kennedy's murder. I have approximate page counts that I'm throwing out, and I know they're going to take out a life of their own. They're very approximate. The National Archives lists things by box count, and there's a metric of 2,500 pages per cubic foot that I apply, and but it's in the ballpark. So the other 2.5 million pages, next slide there, for what it's worth, come from the various federal agencies. The FBI has close to 1 million pages of records on the Kennedy assassination, the CIA, Defense Department, State Department, Department of Justice, and so forth. There's about 1 million pages of other when you look at it at that level, because there's many smaller collections, including private collections as well. One big caveat is that's kind of unknown, and it's kind of funny, is the CIA records are completely mislabeled on the archives as to how much there are. And partly that's because the so-called segregated collection of CIA records is listed under the House Committee files. So their 800,000 some odd pages actually are a lot of CIA records. But there's also CIA on the slide, or at the archives actually, it's a big undercount of CIA files. One thing, next slide, yeah, one thing you might notice is what's missing. Church committee records, you know, many people may know that the Church Committee in the 70s investigated a wide array of intelligence agency abuses, and also did a limited probe into the Kennedy assassination, also covered things like the plots in Lumumba and others. And of those, only the files of the Church Committee related to their limited JFK probe or to the plots to kill foreign leaders got declassified. Nothing on Chaos, on COINTELPRO, and some of the other programs. And even in the limited zone that they had, actually, there's a lot of stuff that seems not to have shown up. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we have a lot of pages. The Mary Farrell Foundation, as John said, which I run, is become a go-to place for online access to them, and I'm very happy and proud about that. I do want to make sure that people understand that it's a subset. We have scanned and put online a little over 1 million, 1.25 million roughly, pages from these files, and that's out of a total of roughly 5 million, so 20 to 25%. I will say I've tried to work hard to sort of create a website which has the most important 20 or 25%, you know, all the major reports and the appendices of those reports and major collections, but it's a mixed bag, and it's not true in some cases. For example, the House Committee kept their version of the Warren Commission documents, you might say, their chronological series of working files. It's called the numbered files. And that is not online at the MFF, even though I think it's an important collection. And the reason for that, if I may get nerdy before getting into more substantive matters, is that it's very hard to liberate those things from the archives. Most of the files that I have online, not all, but most of them come from the AARC, the Assassination Archives and Research Center, run by Jim Lazar. Some come from Mary Farrell's files and other private collections as well. And the reason is, you know, those things are stacked pieces of paper that could be run through a scanner. It's still intense backbreaking work to index them, title them, process them in general. Take staples out even. I think I spent about an hour or two an evening for a period of about 2 or 3 months just pulling staples out of the Russ Holmes work file, CIA collection. If the alternative of going to the archives, which I've done, and I've probably liberated 20 or 25,000 pages at the archives with photocopying and scanning, but it's just unbelievably backbreaking and time-consuming. And so I don't know if there's a way we could fix that problem. I've thought about it some, but it's a non-trivial one. Okay. Enough page counts. What's in this files? Is there a smoking gun document where they, next slide? No, okay, I'm sorry, I should have been skipping. Can you skip a couple ahead, I think? One more. Okay. This is from the Warren Report, although I admit it's been run through Photoshop. So discussions of the revelations in these files, Canon does fill many books, and you know, we're not going to get too deep on it here. What I'd like to do is just run through a few interesting examples just to give people a flavor of the kind of stuff that you find in them if you don't know already. Next. So this is a letter from the lawyer of the president's personal physician, a guy named Dr. George Berkeley, written to the House Committee in 1976, saying that his client, quote, had information that others besides Oswald must have participated. Berkeley had arguably been the most important medical witness of the whole case. He was all over it at the autopsy and at a Dallas hospital apartment. And he was never interviewed by the Warren Commission, and despite this letter, essentially ignored by the House Committee as well. Next. I'm not going to get get too deep into this. 10 years ago, actually, I did a little bit on a talk here. But there are multiple statements and drawings made by medical witnesses in Kennedy's murder which directly contradicted the House Committee report. Staffers took these, filed them away, and they were sealed until the JFK Records Act. And I encourage you to read Doug Horne's book or other people's books if you want details on those. Okay. This one's interesting. This is handwritten notes of Captain Will Fritz, which he kindly donated to the archives in 1999, I believe. He, there were no tape recordings of the interrogations of Oswald. And this, if you look at it, is actually something of an alibi for Oswald being in the lunchroom before the assassination. And Fritz actually had misspoken, I guess you have to say, about what Oswald said. And his notes here proved it wrong. He had said that Oswald had claimed he had lunch with 2 Negro employees. Wrong. Oswald actually said that he'd be eating alone, and 2 Negroes walked by, which is in fact corroborated by them. Next. There's also in the new files a transcript of a phone call between President Johnson and FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover from the morning after the assassination, in which Hoover informed Johnson that tapped phone calls of a person calling himself Lee Oswald in Mexico City were actually made by someone else 7 weeks before the assassination. And there's a whole story here that I don't have time to tell, but I discovered that the magnetic belt on which this presidential phone call from the morning after the assassination was recorded was later erased. Next. Speaking of Mexico City, we now have voluminous files on what remains a mysterious story about the sojourn of Lee Harvey Oswald in Mexico City before the assassination. This is the first of a pair of cables that were sent by CIA headquarters in response to an inquiry from Mexico City at the time, in the aftermath of the visit. In this one, the description of the so-called mystery man, incorrect description of Oswald, is passed on to other federal agencies in Washington. Next. Later that same day, the very same 6 officers send a correct description of Oswald back down to Mexico, which has different false information in it, that Oswald was still in the Soviet Union at that point, which it's in their files. They know all these statements they're making are false. It's a complicated story. We are actually serializing right now online at the MFF a book called State Secret, written by Bill Simpich, that takes a deep dive into some of these matters. So if you're interested, you can have a look at that. One of the officers writing these cables was interviewed by John Newman and Jeff Morley in the mid-90s, and looked at it and said that the treatment of these 2 cables was, quote, indicative of a keen interest in Oswald held closely on a need-to-know basis. Okay, so there's a lot of new information. Actually, that the definition of a JFK record, and I think rightly so, encompassed foreign policy, Vietnam, Cuba, because of all the indications that the source of the crime lies in those directions. And so we learned a lot about Operation Mongoose and many other things. We have more about the Castro assassination plots. This is a page in a document that was a state secret for 35 years, where in May of 1963, a timetable for the full withdrawal from Vietnam was drawn up. That timetable, we know from a separate document from November 20th, reaffirmed that timetable, and it was in existence at the moment Kennedy was killed. This one is the one that has the audio, so I don't know if you can click it, although I want to introduce it first if we can. But if it doesn't play, it will be okay. We learned a lot, I think, actually about the whys of the Warren Commission cover-up. How LBJ, in the week after the assassination, was bandying about the figure of 40 million Americans who would die if we went to World War II with the Soviets. And this was based in large part on these false stories of communist conspiracies and flooding up from Mexico City. On the thumb drive, if you want it back, you can double click the audio file directly, perhaps, or if you have it on there. So the clip we're going to play is from November 29th, the day that
Well, you want me to tell you the truth? You know what happened? You know what happened? Bobby didn't want to see today, and he turned around and called and said no. 2 hours later, I called him and ordered him down here, and he didn't want to come. And I said, did he come? He came down here, and he told me no why. And I just put out what Hoover told me about the little incident in Mexico City, and I said, now, I don't want Mr. Khrushchev to be told tomorrow and be testifying before camera that he killed his fella, and Mr. Castro killed him. And all I want you to do is look at the facts and bring any other facts you want in here and determine who killed the fella. And I think you put on your uniform, World War I, bad as you are, and do anything you could to save one American life. And I'm surprised that you, the Chief Justice of the United States, would turn me down. And he started crying and said, well, I won't turn you down. I'll just do whatever you say. But he turned him down.
So this is LBJ telling Richard Russell, who he's dragged onto the commission, how he dragged Earl Warren, who turned everybody down multiple times that week, how he got him to serve on the commission by invoking the threat of World War II and the prospect of Khrushchev and Castro having to admit to this crime. This story was continued to push vigorously on the Warren Commission with the next, for a couple months after that as well. This was basically their alternative to Oswald alone, not was Oswald a hired common killer, and the Warren Commission took A rather than B. Next.
Who's Bobby in that first?
Bobby Kennedy.
Was Bobby Kennedy.
I think we might even have learned where JFK's brain went in these files. Cyril Beck discovered in 1972 what the government already knew, which is it had gone missing while under the control of Robert Kennedy. My guess is it's right in that square area, which is off the continental shelf, off the coast of Maryland, and 9,000 feet of water. It's only a guess. This map is a part of a set of documents that the archives mysteriously just decided to release in 2000. And it tells, about 45 pages telling the story of how Robert Kennedy convinced McNamara and the U.S. Chief Archivist that the casket which had been used to bring Kennedy's body up from Dallas had to be disposed of. The reports describe how the casket had holes drilled in it, sandbags put in it, strapped with metal, taken out in a Navy jet, dropped into 9,000 feet of water. A Navy jet circled to make sure that nothing would surface and went back. And it's a hell of a lot of work to get rid of a casket. You know, can't you just put it in the ground or something? But a sea burial for the brain of a Navy war hero, I think perhaps. If you want him on an expedition, by the way, watch out for the explosive dumping areas all around. Anyway, there's much more, enough to fill many good books on the subject. I think in general, the line that John Judge and Jerry Polikoff used for an essay many years back, no smoking gun but something smells, remains a pretty apt summary. What didn't we find we're looking for? One example is there's no single document which proves that Lee Harvey Oswald was a false defector working for U.S. intelligence. There's many more files on defectors like Oswald, like Robert Webster, and much fodder for people working on that question, but there was no smoking gun in these files. Which I think leads into the question of what's missing, still withheld, destroyed even perhaps. With this abundance of documentation is coming into sharper relief. The ignored witnesses like Berkeley I mentioned are one example of that. Next. But there are certainly known instances of proven document destruction. Among them, these. You know, you probably know about the note that Oswald dropped off in November at the Dallas FBI office, which is supposedly destroyed after Oswald was killed. There were Secret Service files that around the November protection files for other November trips that the Secret Service destroyed in 1995 after the review board came into existence in order to keep them out of their hands. The Army intelligence file on Oswald was routinely destroyed in 1973, and there was indications that information in that file was sent to the U.S. Strike Command on 11/22 with some funny information about Oswald and Cuba in it. One of the Warren Commission executive sessions, in fact, the one where the idea that Oswald was a paid FBI informant was destroyed. Helen Dulles said it should be destroyed right on the transcript, and it was, but it was actually later recovered from a court reporter's tape after a legal battle brought by Harold Weisberg. And as I mentioned before, the recording of a presidential phone call between J. Edgar Hoover and Lyndon Johnson from the morning after the assassination, where a surviving transcript shows that they discussed someone impersonating Oswald, Mexico City. That recording was destroyed. Okay. And then there's many more missing records, possibly destroyed, possibly still hidden, some possibly awaiting further classification. Among them are missing portions of the still edited Air Force One tapes that Bill Kelly was going to talk about this morning. You may or may not know that last year, a less edited version was found in the attic of General Clifton, Kennedy's military aide. And Bill's done some great work on that. There's a little bit of new information on that. He's put together sort of a combined version because they both have missing pieces. And it remains a mystery who's doing the editing on this. And there's many indications that there are things that were on the full recording that were heard by people like William Manchester and Theodore White and Pierre Salinger that are no longer available to us. There's also the records still withheld of a CIA officer named George Joannini, who journalist Jeff Morley discovered had a dual role. He had been brought out of retirement in the 1970s for the House Committee to serve as liaison, as their basic gatekeeper to CIA records that Dan Hardway and Ed Lopez were trying to get access to. And it turns out, we found out much, much later, that he had a dual role. He'd actually also been running the DRE in 1963. This is the Cuban exile group whose New Orleans members included Carlos Bringier, the guy who told the Warren Commission that when he first saw Oswald, he thought he was FBI. And they had a scuffle and later radio debate, and the DRE was instrumental in getting the word about Oswald, the commie, the Marxist, in the afternoon of 11/22. Joannini's monthly reports for the 17 months that he dispersed funds to the DRE are missing. And Bill Kelly's also written an interesting story about Terry Pike, an ONI, Office of Naval Intelligence employee, and the issue of Office of Naval Intelligence records on Oswald, which may be still being withheld. And of course, there's much, much more, including a larger universe of related documents we don't have, including Church Committee files, including the Martin Luther King half of the House Committee records. And government files obviously are not the whole picture. This case has been driven by citizen involvement. Researchers doing their own investigations and interviews and doing the job that the federal government failed to do. So, I guess in summary, I'd like to say I think that we have learned, and are still learning, an enormous amount from these records about both the Kennedy assassination and the political context in which it occurred, despite the obvious limitations in using government files on this case. My friend Peter Scott has written wisely on the issue of what to expect from the documentary record, and I would like to close by quoting him. This was written almost 20 years ago, specifically about the CIA's files on Oswald in Mexico, but I think what he has to say resonates a little more broadly. Next slide. And what he wrote was, 3 different deceptive stratagems need to be distinguished. 1, a sophisticated intelligence operation or complex of operations. 2, the conspiracy to kill the president. And 3, the ensuing cover-up. All three are intertwined, and each can tell us something about the others. We should expect the government records will tell us much more about the first and the third than the second, i.e. the murder conspiracy itself. But I've been saying for 30 years that this oblique path to the truth about the murder is the best hope which the documents give us. So thanks, Peter, and thank you all.
There's a section in there where age, very close to age, to General May was always at the side called urgent for trying to find May this morning. May was not in the country, it was in Canada on a hunting expedition. The first NSA file that I went to in the archives on the defense edition of the United States also included sheets for some reason for the Pentagon press office that morning with calls that were coming in and a rumor that LeMay had died in an airplane crash. I don't know if that was a cover for him or something, but he was out of the country. And then after the assassination, flew back in, not to Andrews, but to DC National, and therefore was closer to Bethesda and ended up in Bethesda. But there's this interesting thing where the aide is calling and saying, or I have to talk to LeMay right now. So that's in the new transcript. And there are quotes from Salinger in Manchester and other books. Some people were allowed to see transcripts and then disappeared that don't seem to exist anymore.
It looks like you just put this up Thursday. There's a link to like my tomorrow.
Yeah, it's the link, I think.
And you gave a good presentation on Black Ops Radio.
Does it have a link?
Did Black Ops Radio?
No, it's the show that. I think that's what he was going to play. He did work with an audio.
Audio forensic expert. Important. Air Force One.
It's worth the visit. There's interesting new information in there. Okay. Our next speaker is Ben Rogers. He's been a regular speaker here at the open conferences over the years since he started this archive. He's the director of the W.R. Pogue Legislative Library, a research facility that houses congressional records and personal papers related to political history. The library's current exhibit is John F. Kennedy, his life, his presidency, his legacy. The library began its JFK assassination research collection in 2004 from Gary Shaw, John Kelly, Roy Schaefer, Paul Hope, Dick Russell, Gus Russo, Harvey Cutler, currently processing the collections of Mary Carol Cutler and Teresa Say and John Nichols. The library's collection includes extensive magazines, newspapers, and newsletters related to research since 1963. Most materials are listed online and are open to research. And the collection contains over 800 newsletters and hundreds of magazines and newspapers. And they have a website for Baylor
Well, I wasn't planning on taking too much of your time, but with the 20 minutes, but now you have 30, so we may have to take a break. I'm passing out this sheet here that lists the collections we currently have. We have some smaller collections which we didn't list, and I hope most of you have picked up our new brochure that's come off the press, came in Thursday. It's also outside, and the ballpoint pens seem to be very popular, so I'm sure to take those with me. I want you to know that we are not competing with anyone for Kennedy research materials. There are not a lot of places out there standing in line to archive these materials, and there are not a lot of people standing in line to archive their materials, unfortunately, which this needs to change. And we are working cooperatively with Rex at the Mary Carroll Foundation. Last year they sent 100 boxes of magazines, newspapers, journals, newsletters, and government documents. We've just about finished processing magazines. We put every magazine in an acid-free window envelope. I'm hoping some of you get to come down today and look at all these materials. We type up a list of every magazine and what articles are in it that might relate to Mary Carroll's research. All the newspapers are now finished in boxes, labeled in chronological order, alphabetical order. All the journals are finished, and all of these are listed online. I did not bring a PowerPoint presentation, and I was hoping to do that tonight over dinner. So, but I did bring the list so you can see in the brochure the things that are new online, all the Mary Carroll materials. We have a list of the government documents by box number and a alphabetical list by topic number, which a PhD student worked out for us this last summer. The Cutler materials also came to us from Massachusetts. Cutler was an architect for many years. Some of you who are older will remember him at the Assassination Museum in downtown Dallas for several years. He died at age 96. He had been researching for 30 years, from 63 until the time he passed away. We've been working on his papers, I guess, for 3 years now, and we're getting close to finished. He was very meticulous. He had everything listed in every box, every notebook, in minutia. So we're typing up all those lists and putting those online. Now the advantage is of all the 50 boxes of newspapers he had, and he had them listed, is you don't necessarily have to contact us then to get a particular newspaper. Well, you will know the newspaper and the title and when it happened. So you can contact any library and they can pull that up either online through a newspaper database or get the microfilm and print that out for you. And if none of those works, then you can contact us. The thing you will have trouble maybe locating is the tabloid magazines like Tatler, things like that that are not widespread, and you can go ahead and contact us for those. Newspapers are the same way. Mary Carroll kept all of the Garrison issues of the New Orleans newspapers, so they're there, but there are also many places online. But our site will give you the exact title you need, the date, and name of the article. Some of you are familiar with the John Armstrong papers. I don't know if you want to kind of pull those up or not. How many of you have used the Armstrong papers online? Quite a few of you. Thank you very much. Now, it's not always intuitive as to how to do that. But I do recommend that you always use the advanced search engine rather than the regular one that shows up first. Advanced search engine will allow you to get multiple listings for what you're looking for. But if you pull up something like Mexico City, it will tell you which tabs that in. If you pull that up, it will highlight the word in blue. Pull it up there. If you go to size map, and you scroll over to the right, and scroll over, you'll see the JFK materials down there a little bit further, and the right column. Got JFK materials, JFK collections as we get in there. Here's the list that I just gave you. We just put this on about a week ago. So you can click on any of those and go directly to those papers. Which one did you click on? Okay, Peter Jones. So we completed Peter Jones probably 6 or 7 years ago, but his sons fortunately continue to give us additional materials, much of it related to his World War II service with the 36th Infantry in Europe. I was talking about Bradley. If you want to click on Armstrong and see if we can look at that digital site. I think the next to the last was search notebooks by keyword. Our software here is Content DM, which is a digital database for materials. Baylor has a very sophisticated digital lab, and some of you have visited it. What we did Armstrong with was a digital scanner that will do 3,000 pages per hour, automatically turn the pages. Unfortunately, John Armstrong used 5-inch notebooks and he put 6 inches in each one. And the scanner would not do a 6-inch notebook. So I take everything out, put it in 2-inch notebooks, take all the tabs out, make lists of the titles for every tab, then scan it, then put it all back together. So John will call me and say, "This is not in order." And where is the third notebook that was gray? So 2 notebooks were broken. We had to replace them, but did I remember what color?
Yeah, the other one does too. So let's see.
So he was meticulous in many
Do you want
ways.
this shot in
The
time?
104,000 pages are online here. And click on the advanced search there instead of the regular
Don't bother
search
bringing
right next
that.
to it. So if you say type Mexico City in there, this probably won't work live, you know. And then you can do other things, but you can do search there, all right. And this will bring up a list of choices. So if you click on the first one, I think this might work. And then click on something there. So it brings up a page, and then maybe it will highlight Mexico City. The trick here at the bottom, Joe, is you want to see the whole page, and there are little bitty arrows at the bottom of that page that you can expand the page with, if you go up a little bit. You went past the little bitty arrows. They're very small at the bottom of the page, right there. Yes, that's what I thought. And on the right side, then you'll see the pages, and it'll tell you what page and how many instances that word appears in each page. So if you click on the page then that is in red, it will pull up another page. So that's how you find things. And there are words I cannot spell, evidently, John tells me, that correctly. So if you misspell them, you might not find them. But it was a lot of work doing that in like 4 months' time. So we were bound to make, then he wanted to know why the notebooks weren't in order. Well, I went to Jack White's house with John, and we pulled the papers out of the basement and put them in boxes in any order we could get, and put them in this little bitty car he rented. You know, he would only rent the economy car. So it would hardly move when we got 77 notebooks in it, 6 inches big. And then he let me bring one to Waco as an experiment. And he came and watched everything we did. So then after that, he let me bring 4 boxes, and then was the rest of the boxes. So we didn't bring them in order. So now, if you'll back up a little bit there, we put them in order last month. Back up. To the original page. Okay, go to the bottom of that page. Yeah, the first one in blue, browse the digitized contents of each notebook arranged by subject. So we put these in the order he suggested. All the notebooks about Lee Harvey Oswald are first, then his family, and so then you can pull those up by subject, which is the way he would have them arranged in his library now. And there's also another index there by tab number. He was very meticulous. Every notebook had 50 to 60 tabs, and we had to honor each tab. So you have access to that. Now, I realize that across the board of collections we've collected, you'll see this guy and you'll say, oh, I don't believe what he did. Well, that's fine. You know, we're going to collect everybody. You may not support the umbrella man, but the collections collect many things, newspapers, magazines. No matter what you're researching, you can find something that will help you in any collection. We've just installed our new compact shelving. We have more than doubled our capacity to keep materials now. Right now we can't locate anything, but we do have new shelves. So in the next few months, we'll be moving everything to the new shelving and hopefully discover things again. I do want to tell you about the Don Mitchell collection. That would be someone you're not familiar with. Don was he was a radio announcer on November 22nd in the town of Anna, Illinois. And he had the foresight to call the Dallas police station, and in the days before 9/11, people would tell you anything. So the Dallas police would tell him what they had been doing, and they told him that they had arrested Lee Harvey Oswald. So he was one of the first people to announce over the radio that Oswald had been arrested. And we have the original UPI teletype roll that he was pulling off as fast as he could read it. And on the back of it, he wrote his conversation with the Dallas police. And we have that teletype on display in the library now. His collection was for many, I think 20 years at the Sixth Floor Museum. And then he decided that wasn't the best place. So he moved it to Southern Illinois University. And then when he saw in January of this year, the Dallas Morning News ran a very fine article about our library and our collection of Kennedy materials. And John Mitchell had recently moved to Dallas, so he decided he would move the collection from Southern Illinois University to Baylor. So we did that this summer. So we have that material listed online also. It is not our intent to digitize every piece of paper in the world like Rex has done, or like we did with John Armstrong. If you've collected everything in little notebooks with little tabs, that's easier to do. But folders is another challenge. So usually if you find something, you contact us. We'll try and scan what you need out of it. Dick Russell has sent us the manuscript materials for his books, probably going back 20 years, for The Man Who Knew Too Much. He said it took him 17 years to put the material together for the one book. So we have those materials we're working on now. Gus Russo sent the 17 boxes of material on Kennedy, the Castros, and Cuba, and that series of books. So that material is listed online also. You won't be familiar with Teresa Say, but she did her PhD dissertation at the University of Connecticut on the Warren Commission. And after she died, her husband contacted us from Winston-Salem, North Carolina maybe, and he mailed all her research materials and her library of books to the library. We have a JFK book collection. It has about 1,000 volumes in it now.
which is only about 20% of what's been printed on this subject in 50 years. And we do ask, and most of these books were given to us by these people on the list. We do them as JFK so people can't check them out. If we have duplicate copies, they go in the circulating collection. All of Cutler's books we kept together as a Cutler collection because Cutler liked to make notes in books. If it wasn't indexed, he indexed it. If he didn't like it, he told you so. So we kept all those as a unit so you can see what he thought, and if you need index to those books, he has it. I do want you to know that we are a nonprofit, but that doesn't mean we don't need money, right? Some of you have been very generous in the past in helping us out. Ed Sherry noticed one year when he came that we didn't have research lockers, and he funded a nice set of research lockers for us. Other people have helped us along the way. We have 4 full-time staff. One is a new processing archivist that is working with our 12 students who process all this stuff. We put everything in acid-free boxes, acid-free folders. We list everything in tables and then put them online. I did want to tell you something about R.B. Cutler. He liked to make, he was an architect, so he liked to make drawings of Dealey Plaza. And he would put where the shots were, where the cameras were. I think he did one for just about every frame of the Zapruder film. I can't tell. There are 160 drawings. All are digitized and are online. And we recently had a lady in Lyons, France contact us, and she wanted to use the drawings in an exhibit of graphic arts and design. So those are in an exhibit in France now. So you never know who's going to use your material and how they're going to use it.
Those are up on the site.
All the Cutler drawings are on the site. Now, on the Baylor Digital Collections, if you go to that site, you have to scroll all the way down to Pogue Library to find our materials. Joe, if you'll go back to our site map, if you just type...
The internet's being really slow.
Oh, well, on our site map, there's a line that says Digital Collections New. It was new a year ago. But if you click on that, it'll go straight to the list of just our digital collections in our library, which is the easiest way to get to them. And then we also this summer digitized all of our Kennedy-related newspapers from no secondary schools, and they can go and use primary sources that are online now without having to get rolls of microfilm from multiple cities. In fact, a man in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, just this week sent us the original newspapers from the Atlanta Constitution and Atlanta Journal for November 22nd and 23rd. On the site map, and in column number 1, scroll down there. There's the new digital collections. And you scroll down there to JFK materials. There. So there's the ones we have online now. All the Grassy Knoll Gazette are scanned and fully text searchable. All of the Continuing Inquiry are scanned and fully text searchable, and they are linked there. Are there any questions?
What are the rights situation for Cutler's drawings if somebody wanted to use them as part of media? Would they talk to you, the library, or would they?
Yes, if you wanted to actually publish something, we have forms online. If you, but just to use something, we're okay. I'm still in contact with all his sons.
For commercial purposes?
Yeah, I think I would want to ask his sons for permission at this point. But I have the contacts for that. Yes, sir.
For the Armstrong collection, is it possible to search, text search his book, Harvey Lee itself? No,
We didn't scan that.
Because that's copyrighted and you can't do, yeah. So
Yeah, now if you use something off the site, if you find a letter or something and you want to put it in your publication, you not only need Armstrong's permission. You need the permission of the person who wrote it.
I don't want to publish
No,
anything.
I was just
I
adding
just
in.
want to text search through Harvey and Lee,
Yeah.
so there's no way you can do that.
No, but you might spend next summer, working on that, scan it, send it to us. Yes, sir.
Do you have, you mentioned about getting original newspapers from the 22nd and 23rd. Do you digitize those then?
Yes, they're all digitized and online.
So anything that anybody would donate to, you would digitize and make available to everyone?
We try.
Okay.
The Media Center's scanner is 8 feet by 10 feet. So you can put a lot of newspapers on it, and it slowly scans through them. Yes, sir.
Okay, in plausible denial, Mark Lane has a trial where they found CIA, that this people were not guilty of slander, so the CIA had actually murdered Kennedy. And so unanimously, the jury lets him go, lets the newspaper off. I forget the details. Could you get like the transcript of that trial and put it? I've tried to get it from, I think it's someplace in Florida, and I couldn't get it. But I think that transcript would be an interesting, make a play or something too.
Well, if someone furnishes us with material, because of our limited staff, and we don't actually do Kennedy materials full time. We're also processing the papers of former Congressman Chet Edwards and whoever else comes along, because we are originally a congressional collection. We have 12 congressional collections, a number of legislative collections, including Lieutenant Governor Bullock. We have judicial collections. We have a political cartoon collection. We have various other collections related to the political process. We right now have the exhibit going. We will soon take out part of it on the assassination research and replace it with Civil Rights Act of 1964. So, because we're really trying to educate Baylor students on what's going on, and they have no idea, no memory of Kennedy. We had 30 middle school children on Friday came to the exhibit from out of town, and so they got that education also.
I was hoping they'd show one of Cutler's.
Yeah, okay.
Scroll down a bit.
Yeah, and you can make it as big as you want, depending on how big your screen is, by finagling with a little thing right above that. It's supposed to be above that, a little screen that says how big before, right there. See the little bar, the blue bar on the yellow line? You can move that and make it as big as you want. Now, every drawing, I think he has a legend that tells you exactly what everything is.
Wow.
Can you download these?
Yes. Can you scroll over there? Up there, maybe is a download button. Yeah, see the download button there? And the print button? Up, 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 there, download. And if you see something that's on the site and that there's not a download button, let us know, and I think we can get someone to add a download button. It's a pretty versatile program, but we don't always know what the versatile part is.
I have a logistical question. You were just speaking about somebody moving their materials from one university to yours.
Mm-hmm.
I have a friend who's dead and who left his materials to Walt Brown in New Jersey. And I recently learned from Walt's Quarterly that he's gone out of the JFK business. So if Walt will be willing to give up Jay Harrison's material, how would one get them to your university? Would somebody have to hire a truck? And obviously getting permission from your university first.
Yeah, we have a deed of gift, and we have not a contract, but an agreement with UPS, and if things are boxed up, they will go pick them up and bring them to us, and we have to negotiate with somebody on who's going to pay for it. If nobody else would pay for it, we have to pay for it, which is another reason we need funds sometimes. We paid, I don't know how many thousands to bring the Cutler materials back to Texas because we didn't have the deal with UPS then. And then we said, well, this is costing us a lot of money. So then we talked to the UPS guy.
Suppose we fly out to New Jersey and hire and rent a Ryder truck and show up at Baylor, then what happens?
Hopefully he will contact us the day before.
And this is all, I have no idea whether Walt Brown will be willing to give up this stuff, but I just read that he's out of the business, so I can't imagine why he would continue to pay storage, but I will not presume to speak for Walt Brown.
Well, I'm in touch with Walt Brown.
It's 40 years of research by
Yeah.
Jay Harrison.
And Walt is sending us copies of his latest CD and stuff for the library. Now, John is very familiar with the papers of Mae Brussel, and they've been in a basement in California for 25 years. And if I had $6,000, I could move them to Waco. But I don't have $6,000. But there's a case where the lady who has saved the papers for 25 years does not legally own the papers. So we spent 6 months contacting Mae's children, getting permission, and then the lady had a stroke. That's called a stroke of bad luck. So we still don't have the papers, and we still don't have $6,000 because we spent it all on the compact shelving. So now we have room, we don't have the money. So John is sort of anxious for us to move those papers because it has a lot of resource information on a multitude of subjects. You may not agree with what Mae Brussel said in her radio, but the resource material is good for a multitude of subjects, right?
Yeah, she had 6,000 books, 43 filing drawers, and she clipped every day 15 newspapers, indefatigable, and it's probably the best, not only assassination research, but anti-fascist research collection in the world. And it's sitting in a basement. So, you know, if all of you have got $25, maybe we could get it there.
Now they're saying they can't hear you, I guess.
Oh, they can't hear me.
Is that a hint?
No, I was just saying it's a good project. If you want to help him get it there.
So we'll continue to work with you, and when you know of papers like that, contact us and we'll talk to Walt. And so it comes down to who actually owns them and who owns the copyright. It's very fuzzy sometimes. Thank you.
I don't know, is Rex still here, or did he leave? Because I didn't know if anybody had questions for you. I didn't do questions at the beginning, but. Anybody have a question for Rex Bradford? Joe? Yeah.
I'm sorry I got here a little late. When I walked in the door, you were talking about Earl Warren. A couple of weeks ago, I think it was on 60 Minutes, an author of a recent book on the assassination was being interviewed. Maybe somebody in this room remembers the name and the book that he just recently published, but he said on the air that LBJ tried to get Earl Warren to lead the commission, and Earl Warren didn't want the job. But then LBJ told Warren that if he didn't lead the commission, and if he didn't find the single gunman, Oswald, culpable, then there could be nuclear war. Could you go into that?
Sure.
Is that correct information?
Yes. Is this working? Yeah, I actually played it.
One more thing. Earl Warren came out of the meeting with LBJ in tears, it was said.
Yeah.
And if so, why was he in tears?
I played a little clip, which unfortunately you missed, of Lyndon Johnson telling his old Senate mentor Richard Russell, who he also dragged onto the commission, the story of pulling Warren down to the Oval Office. And you know, in general, from these Johnson phone calls and other sources, we have a much better picture of the formation of the Warren Commission and the pressures put upon it. And yes, Johnson with Warren and other people was throwing around the figure of 40 million Americans. He got that from McNamara about how many people would die at a nuclear exchange with the Soviets. It was partly because of this, Oswald, the purported Marxist who had defected to Soviet Union. It was passing out pro-Castro leaflets, but it was much more than that. From Mexico City, that week, there was a guy named Gilberto Alvarado Ugarte who showed up at the American Embassy down in Mexico, saying weeks before he had been at the Cuban Embassy and seen Oswald take $6,500 to kill Kennedy from Cuban agents there. This story and many stories like it were flooding Washington in the days after the assassination. And Johnson, who I think was smart enough to smell the coffee because he received some information about how they might be false, nonetheless used that to put together the commission. And that's, he was initially against it, wanted to do just by with the FBI report, but I think people like, there's something in the record where people like Dean Acheson and other high-level figures, Eugene Rostow, Dean of the Yale Law School and others, were part of a team that prevailed upon Johnson. Purportedly, there's no proof of this in the record, but the story is, and I think it's actually true, turned down Bobby Kennedy himself and other people to serve on the commission. Johnson then tells Russell in this phone call that we have a recording of that he called up Warren. Warren turned him down. He made him come to the Oval Office. Got turned down again in the Oval Office. Warren was saying that he believed it was not appropriate for a sitting Chief Justice to serve on an executive branch presidential commission. And finally, according to Johnson telling Russell this story, I just pulled out what Hoover told me about a little incident in Mexico City, which is very likely the Alvarado $6,500 to Cubans to kill Kennedy story, and said, I don't want Khrushchev and Castro to have to testify that they killed this fellow and so forth, and pulled Warren onto the commission. And I think, the dynamic at that point was that there was a big push from sources within the government to push the communist hitman angle. And my personal belief is that Warren did what he did for the good of the country as he saw it. And that may be very misguided, but I actually think that was his motivation. And he was an active part of the Warren Commission in turning down information. They didn't interview Jack Ruby until 6 months later, which is pretty amazing. And so, yes, he specifically says to Russell, after being turned down in the Oval Office by Warren, and then I just pulled out what Hoover told me about a little incident in Mexico City, and then goes into this Khrushchev-Castro thing, and then according to Johnson, Warren started crying, and he just said, well, I won't turn you down, I'll just do whatever you say. What he exactly said, we don't know, but he signed on at that point. Johnson couldn't resist at his conversation with Russell saying it, but he turned the Attorney General down. No. I believe the incident is the appearance of a Nicaraguan penetration agent, anti-communist posing as a communist, it turned out, telling this story to the American CIA officers in the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City that he had personally witnessed Oswald take $6,500 in the Cuban Embassy to kill Kennedy. This story fell apart the day after the commission was announced, but it was in play at that time. It was taken very seriously in some quarters. Earl Warren wrote some memoirs which were published, which I found fascinating because he complains about Mark Lane in them, what a pain in the butt he was and stuff. But there's an amazing quote in there if you get the memoirs, and I'm not going to be able to reproduce it from memory. But he says, all these people that say that we lied or we got it wrong or whatever, he goes on to say, every single person in the US government told us that there was no evidence of conspiracy from Dean Rusk on down. And to say now that these people hid information from us or, denied the truth of the president would be an indictment of the entire U.S. government. It would say the whole thing is rotten from top to bottom. And I think this may have been Warren's parting shot.
Okay, well, oh, there's another question? Microphone? No. Anybody got the mic? Okay.
Rex, I missed the beginning of your talk. I'm not going to ask you to repeat it, but I did want to ask if you had any thoughts about how the Mary Farrell site is unique as opposed to other sites of historical research, and where you think the Mary Farrell site might go in the future. I just think it's one of the greatest resources I've ever seen in my life, and I want to give testimony to Rex.
Well, thank you. We had a big push between 2005 and about 2009, building the website, had a little bigger budget than now, so actually had hired a couple of people to help me with the scanning. I'd been doing that literally myself till 3 in the morning for a few years. And so we built the website and processed some of these major collections from the ARC. So like I said, there's about 1.3 million pages. It's not just Kennedy assassination records, that's the vast majority, but we actually also have online about a 50,000 page collection on the Robert Kennedy assassination, also the FBI's Merkin files and the House Committee 13 volumes of reports on Martin Luther King's assassination. There's actually the full set of Watergate reports and the full set of Iran-Contra reports online as well, sort of as special collections. I put a lot of effort into a sort of unique search engine and presentation engine for it, which has pros and cons. I'm sort of proud of what we did to put it together, although the inherent thing is a sort of custom format, but there are PDF files available as well. My www.maryferrell.org, MARYFERRELL.org. We do have memberships. My concession to the need to keep the thing running, and it's a serious issue for me, is memberships. Every single page on the Foundation's website is available for free to visit, to pass along an email to someone else. But what I do as an engine to try to get some income to help run the thing is have memberships where if you have a membership, you can do more than a few limited handful of searches in one given session. For people that want to cheat that, it's easy to close your browser and come back and do some more searches. So I'm not trying to be too draconian, but memberships give you full access to that. And probably more importantly, there's a sort of second level of membership that makes PDF copies of all the documents free for download. That's not, if you just come to the site as a visitor, those are blocked off. That's one of my concessions to needing to bring a little income in. Although all the pages in our page at a time format are available for free everywhere. And
I even understand you can do a digital search of Judge for yourself there.
What I do with the books, and I hope all the authors are okay with it, is that you cannot read the books online with the exception of ones where I've gotten authors' permission to unlock a chapter, or in the case of Bill Simpich's book, where we're actually serializing the entire book online right now. And I encourage you to go there and have a read. For other books, there's about 500 or 600 books that we scanned. Unfortunately, I haven't been keeping up with the latest books lately. But those, you can do searches and get very limited, what I like to think of as fair use snippets from them, so you can find out if the book has information that you'd like to go get the book yourself and buy it. As far as the future, it's sort of a chief cook and bottle washer operation for me now, so I've been doing very little to put new collections online, although I try to do that once in a while, and I have some plans for this year for that. But there are special projects like Bill Simpich's book and things like that. Also, in this anniversary year, I teamed up, and I'm actually the webmaster and hosting the server that jfkfacts.org is on, which Jeff Morley has been writing a lot sort of with current events. The Mary Farrell Foundation is much more of an archive of searchable JFK collection materials and essays. There's a lot of essays online as well, and photo collections even as well. We have about over 1,000 photographs that are just freely browsable. But the JFK Facts website is where I've helped Jeff get set up to do reporting on the events of this year. So that's another resource.
I've read that Alan Dulles actively promoted himself for a position on the Warren Commission. Is that your understanding?
I've heard that too, although I forget the source of it, and I don't know for a fact whether it's true. He certainly, when Johnson called him, he seemed mighty pleased, and I don't know. The story behind how he got on there, I think, is still mysterious. LBJ said that Bobby Kennedy recommended him.
Quite likely. Absolutely.
I don't, but the truth of exactly how Dulles got on there, I don't know the story. If there's a hard one there, you know, it's funny. There's been stories going around lately, including Philip Sheenan's book, that by the time of the 63, 64, Dulles was senile and wandering around getting lost and stuff. And I don't know. He's asking a lot of questions in the Warren Commission hearings, so maybe he had flashes of brilliance or something. And in the executive sessions, he's very sharp about, oh yeah, if this guy really was an informer, no, they wouldn't tell, and yes, we ought to destroy this transcript and stuff. So I don't think he was completely doddering at that point.
Thank you. So before we move to the next panel, I was just going to have a brief announcement by Dr. Titovitz.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is the 24th of November, when Oswald was killed, and to commemorate that day, I freely distribute among you, the copies of my book. They are in the lobby at the secretary's stall. And, well, just to remember the day and the guy, and mind you that there is a charity box near there. So don't omit that too. I will be available till Tuesday afternoon. I'll be staying here. So if you want me to sign the box, you are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So the 50th anniversary of the assassination of Lee Harvey Oswald. I misnamed the conference. It is important. We should understand that he was a victim of this whole thing. So. Our next panel includes Abraham Bolden, moving forward, JFK and Secret Service, Joseph McBride on the murder of Officer J.D. Tippit, and Ed Tatro was not, unfortunately, able to make it to the event. But Abraham Bolden is coming in remote, and he's part of this history. After graduating from Lincoln University, Bolden decided to enter the field of law enforcement. He subsequently became the first African-American detective to be employed by the Pinkerton National Detective Agency. After leaving that agency, he served as a state highway patrolman in the state of Illinois, continuing to advance in the field of police work, and he became a member of the United States Secret Service in October of 1960. He met President Kennedy in Chicago, Illinois, and after a brief conversation with Bolden, President Kennedy was instrumental in making Bolden the first African-American to be assigned to the Secret Service White House detail in Washington, D.C. Bolden traveled with the president, but he became disenchanted with the assignment when his fellow agents used racial slurs in his presence and engaged in a pattern of conduct that, in Bolden's professional opinion, endangered the life of the president. He's the author of Echo from Dealey Plaza, and for his tireless efforts in the pursuit of justice and equity before the law, Bolden has been the recipient of the 2008 Scottish Hugo's Companion Tankard Award for Courage, the 2008 African American Arts Alliance Award for Excellence, and the 2008 Alpha Phi Alpha Award for Courage. He's been cited by the National Urban League as one of America's outstanding black men, and he now lives in Chicago, Illinois, and he can be contacted at echofromdealeyplaza.com. So are we able to get him in?
Okay. He's 85 years old and moves at .001 miles an hour.
That's right. And then we have a special guest replacing Ed Tatro, who's Dawn Meredith, who's going to read from an excerpt that was sent to her by John Armstrong for the conference that concerns the murder of J.D. Tippit and the relation of Harvey Lee and Lee Harvey to that murder. And
I was supposed to be on late tonight.
And lucky for me, whether or not it'll be lucky for you, you'll have to decide. I got my speech back. Okay.
Yes, this is Abraham Baldwin talking to you from Chicago, the first African American Secret Service agent to be assigned to the White House detail. I thought that I was going to address the convention tonight at 10 o'clock, but it seems that there's been a change of plan. And but I'm ready to go. I just happened to just had my breakfast. But I want to let the group know that after these 50 years are over, we must continue to fight, because the decision that we have before us is whether we want to be servants of the government or the government to serve the people. That's the choice that we have to make. And that choice has been made in light of the fact that we have a democracy to protect. We have grandchildren and children and that are to come. And we have to make an effort to uncover whatever truth that we can in order that we remain a civilized and viable organization, the United States of America. Now, if we let other people take control of our lives and decide to conceal or reveal that which is necessary to be known by the American people, then we're in for a lot of difficulty. Personally, I suffered very greatly over the past 50 years. I became a pariah so far as the Secret Service was concerned. In my efforts to uncover the truth, I was arrested in Washington, D.C. when I went there to inquire about testifying before the Warren Commission about some things that I knew that were being withheld from the Warren Commission. At that time, my people, I did not know that Attorney Katzenbach had already, on November 25th of 1964, 63 rather, had already issued a memo that Lee Harvey Oswald had to be found as the only assassin of President Kennedy. So when I went there and asked to speak with Lee Rankin, I was immediately arrested and brought back to Chicago, Illinois. I was held in Chicago, Illinois for approximately 23 hours incognito while they walked back and forth to decide what they were going to do with me. Finally, at about 12 midnight on May the 18th of 1964, they decided that they would charge me with a federal crime of soliciting a bribe as a Secret Service agent, knowing that that was not true. But they had to stop me because what I say came from experience, not as a researcher, but as one who had intimate interactions with the organization and knew beyond a reasonable doubt that there was information that would have been very valuable to the American public that was being withheld from the American public, who has every right to have that information in order to protect the Constitution and the democracy under which we are proposed to live. Now we have to continue to go forward. As I say, I suffered very much, extremely. I was put into the penitentiary for a period of 3 years and 9 months. At that time, they tried to declare me insane, a psychiatrist at Springfield Medical Center for federal prisoners. Said that what I was saying was a lie, that the Secret Service did not destroy reports that was a figment of my imagination. He said that I was sociopathic and that I was trying to destroy the government with lies, that the Secret Service were not drinking and they did not engage in activity that was detrimental to the safety of the president. But as God would have it, over the past 50 years and within the last year, it has been proven that every word that I spoke in 1961 to the chief of the United States Secret Service, predicting that if an assassination attempt would be made on President Kennedy, it would be successful because the Secret Service were not doing an ample job to protect him. As a matter of fact, I heard with my own ears a few agents discussing the fact that if a shot were taken of the president, an assassination attempt made, that they would intentionally not respond to that activity, that they would let it happen. Now, I knew John Kennedy. I had a liking for John Kennedy. But this issue is bigger than John Kennedy. This issue goes to the very heart of America and its Constitution. The Secret Service was not commissioned to protect John F. Kennedy. We were commissioned to protect the President of the United States of America, and that's what John Kennedy was, and that's what he represented. And when his brains were blew out in Dallas, Texas on November the 22nd, 1963, that was an event that indeed changed history, because we have seen within the last 50 years a government hell-bent upon imprisoning the American people and making us subservient to the industrial complex and the wheels and wows of a system that we did not create. We have to be steadfast. We all have to be willing to sacrifice for the truth, because the truth will win. No matter what those who are enemies of the truth, we have to remember that we are fighting against unseen powers, not against flesh and blood, but ideation, who want to enslave our minds, our souls, and our spirit, and make them subservient to another alien force which they intend to create for the American people. And we are the forefront of that effort. And we should be proud of ourselves, what we have done over the last 50 years in order to bring the truth to the American people. We have fulfilled our duty, and we want to promise to ourselves and to COPA and to your family and to the American people that we will continue our efforts, because the battle is not over on the 50th anniversary of his death. I intend to be at the COPA meeting 50 years when they have the 100-year celebration. I intend to be there. Now, don't laugh, because my father lived to be 97 years old, and I'm 78 right now, and I have an aunt who is 99 years old right now today. My great-grandfather lived to be 106 years old, so I don't know, I may have a chance. It's great to speak to you this morning. I just left another interview. I had an interview scheduled with MSNBC, which was supposed to be from 1 to 2 o'clock. However, the mainstream press has been very reluctant to give me any time whatsoever because they know that there are things that they are trying to conceal from the American people, and if they put me on, they're going to hear the truth. And nothing but the truth, so help me God. And that's the way I operate. Continue on, my fellow researchers, and those of us who are working in the vineyard of truth. Because we haven't lost, we have gained by keeping this issue before the American people. And that was our duty as citizens of this great country. And God bless all of you, and I hope to greet you again in another year or so. Thank you very much. Are there any questions that anyone has?
He's asking for questions. You could do it.
You've studied the assassination tapes and all that. Can you tell us specifically what you observed that was improper procedure that the Secret Service did? How they didn't prevent the assassination, how they didn't react, all the things you know?
I didn't understand the question clearly. Could someone repeat it for me quickly?
Yes. In your studying of the assassination tapes, what did you observe that was improper procedures, and what reactions did you think were inappropriate? Could you go over what you know?
Number one, the conduct of the agents prior to the assassination was hideous. There was a lot of drinking. Now, the press had a part in that assassination because the drinking and the misconduct always began on the press plan, who would take the agents from Washington, D.C., the location to the next assignment. That's where the drinking began, with the agents who were not directly on the shift the president. Now, not only that, when an agent makes a statement that he would not carry out his duties to protect the President of the United States, and that was reported into the Chief of the United States Secret Service, action should have been immediately taken. As I gave the names of those agents who were involved in the conversation, action should have been immediately taken to relieve those agents from that responsibility. Yet on November 22nd, 1963, one of the agents of whom I released his name to the Chief of the Secret Service was standing on the running board, riding in a follow-up car behind the President of the United States. And when the shots rang out from the grassy knoll and from the school book depository and from the Deltex building, which I believe they didn't move. Only one agent moved, and his responsibility had nothing to do with President Kennedy and everything to do with Jacqueline Kennedy. In my estimation, since we knew of plans to assassinate President Kennedy in Miami, Florida, and Chicago, Illinois, the Secret Service in Dallas, Texas, even though they denied it, they knew that there were reports that President Kennedy would be assassinated from a tall building with a rifle and a telescopic sight. Yet, when this was not secured, they did not carry out the proper investigation. And further, as an agent of the United States Secret Service at that time, I felt that the agent should have been prosecuted to the full extent of the law for not protecting John F. Kennedy, the President of the United States of America. Next question.
Just to let you know, the camera is over there.
Were there some resignations shortly before, a significant number of resignations from the Secret Service prior to the assassination?
What was the investigation?
Secret Service agents who resigned before the assassination, there was a report about 11 of them?
Yes, I heard about that. There was a mass resignation from the White House detail prior to the assassination. Now, I kind of connected that with the exit of Harvey Henderson, who was very, very vociferous against President Kennedy. He hated President Kennedy, and he was one of those agents involved in the conversation in Hyannisport, Massachusetts, saying that he would not protect President Kennedy. I understand that he was kicked off the detail in New York, and as a result, there were mass resignations from the White House detail. Now, that is not secondhand information. I have no firsthand knowledge. This came from other agents who had been or were still on the presidential detail. But the bottom line is this, that they did not do their job. We covered up other conspiracies that, in fact, mirrored the same thing that happened to the president in Dallas, Texas. Mirrored exactly what happened to him in Dallas, Texas, and nobody was prosecuted for it or brought to justice. Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Some questions, I guess, Randy. People are yelling out that they have questions. I'll repeat it for you.
Was that destruction of evidence?
Yes.
Sure, that was destruction of evidence, especially reports that had been made about conspiracy that went on in Chicago, where there was a Cuban organization, as a matter of fact, who had predicted that the President Kennedy would be assassinated. And there were investigations underway whereby we had information that the technique to be used to assassinate President Kennedy was from a tall building with a high-powered rifle, with a shooter with a telescope sight. And in both instances, our information coincided with what actually happened in Dallas, Texas on November 22nd, 1963.
The specific question, Mr. Bolden, was whether the washing and eventual reconstruction of the limousine was also an improper procedure or illegal destruction of the evidence in the case. The limousine.
I believe that the Secret Service reconstruction of the evidence was tainted because we knew of the fact that there were fragments of bullets found in the limousine. They were found by Mr. Harry Gedline when the Secret Service parked the car on the south lawn of the White House near the fence. That car was searched, and there were other bullet fragments inside the car with a broken windshield that was concealed during the time of the investigation of the Warren Commission. Yes, the Secret Service sealed the car. We searched the car. Harry W. Gedline, who was special agent in charge of the Washington, D.C. office, found fragments and a broken windshield inside the limousine. It was decided not to give that information either to the FBI or to the Warren Commission. That decision was made by James Riley, who then was the chief of the United States Secret Service. That's according to the information that we received at a meeting in the Chicago office.
There's video footage at Love Field of several agents riding on the back bumpers of the limousine and apparently getting an order to come off and sort of waving their arms and questioning, like, why are we being taken off? Was it standard procedure for them to ride behind like that?
No one should have been restricted from carrying out their duty. And it was necessary, after that car speed dropped below a certain speed, the agent was supposed to take his position on the right rear of the president's limousine. Now, I was very suspicious as to why that agent was called back, because that was the procedure that the agent was following. That's the reason that we looked so perplexed at the direction that he was given. We received nothing in writing from Washington, D.C., either orally or telephonically, that said that the agents were not to ride on the back of a president's automobile.
Do you know who gave the order to take the bubble off the car, weather bubble?
No, I don't. I have no idea.
No. Question is, how did you get the information about the impending or planned assassination in Chicago? Do you have a name of a person who had that information?
The information about the plan to assassinate the president in Chicago?
Yes.
Yes, I was a part of that investigation, as a matter of fact. The plan in Chicago was to set up a person as a patsy. This person's name was Arthur Ali. The Cuban faction came into Chicago. I'm not saying that they were the same people who were in Dallas, Texas, but we do know that the Cuban faction related to the DRE were in Chicago and being investigated for a plot to assassinate President Kennedy. And they had strategically printed, make circles on a route map that was found in a hotel room where that they were staying, whereby the president's vehicle would have had to have slowed down to less than 10 miles an hour to make a sharp turn, the same scenario that we had in Dallas, Texas. This was all withheld, covered up, and the reports of that investigation were destroyed. But they will surface someday, I feel.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you being with us.
Have a nice day.
Okay, our next speaker is Joseph McBride, and he was a volunteer in John F. Kennedy's 1960 Wisconsin presidential primary campaign. He appears in the classic documentary about the campaign, Primary. McBride began studying the assassination minutes after it happened in 1982. He launched his own investigation of the events in Dallas, which led to the 2013 publication of his book, Into the Nightmare, My Search for the Killers of President John F. Kennedy and Officer J.D. Tippit. McBride has been a journalist since 1960, writing for such publications as Life, New York Review of Books, New York Times Book Review, Los Angeles Times Magazine, and The Nation. McBride was also a film critic, reporter, and columnist for Daily Variety and Hollywood for many years. Other books include the acclaimed biographies Frank Capra, The Catastrophe of Success, Steven Spielberg, a biography, and Searching for John Ford. McBride has also authored 3 books on Orson Welles, most recently, Whatever Happened to Orson Welles, A Portrait of an Independent Career. McBride is also a veteran film and television writer whose decades of experience in that industry brought him the Writers Guild of America Award and 4 other WGA nominations, 2 Emmy Awards, nominations and Canadian Film nomination. I guess he lives in his mother's basement, too. McBride is also a professor in the cinema department at San Francisco State University, where he's been teaching screenwriting and film history since 2002. In 2011, he became the subject of a feature-length documentary, Behind the Curtain, Joseph McBride on Writing Film History, written and directed by Hart Perez. And Mr. McBride lives in Berkeley, California, and he came to join us for this conference. Joseph McBride.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you for having me, John. Thank you very much. It's great to be here with all these wonderful speakers and to be part of this very informative conference. I decided to concentrate on the murder of Officer Tippit. I was partly inspired. I've been a reporter since 1960. That's what I consider myself essentially with all these different careers I've had. And I learned from things like Watergate that the parts of the story that are being covered up the most strenuously are the most important parts of the story. And the Tippit case is the most little known part of the Kennedy story. And so that rang my alarm bells. And Penn Jones was a friend of mine, a great inspiration as a real honest journalist, very few of those around these days. And Penn said to me and other people, take one aspect of the case, one that hasn't been studied enough, and research the hell out of it, which is what I tried to do in this huge book, Into the Nightmare, which took about 31 years of work. And so anyway, I came up with a lot of revelations about Tippit. And in the interest of time, I'll just try to be brief. I went to the Tippit Memorial Service on Friday, and it was mostly policemen there, policemen and policewomen. And I had sort of mixed feelings about the whole event. It was, the police put on a good show of support for their fellow officer, and Mrs. Tippit gave a touching speech. But, you know, I was thinking that they didn't do anything to investigate the case back in 1963. They dropped the case after 2 days when Oswald was shot. They pinned it on this conveniently dead innocent man. And so they didn't do proper tribute to Tippit back then to investigate why he got killed. It's just like in the Thin Blue Line, they just pinned it on, the most convenient suspect. So it's a little late to be honoring him. And the police chief was there, and the mayor was there, and the police chief presented a flag to Mrs. Tippit, which he said they neglected to do at the funeral, which is kind of peculiar. But Mrs. Tippit, I felt that I was in a room full of people in an advanced state of delusion, who were all convinced that Tippit was a great hero, which is probably what most people think. And what Mrs. Tippit said was that he was killed by the killer of the president, and that led to the police being able to capture Oswald sooner, which she took consolation from. And I think she probably believes that Oswald shot her husband. But this line that Tippit's sacrifice was enabled Oswald to be captured and the case to be closed, was put out by the Dallas police on the 22nd. So this was their cover story from the beginning. The fact that Tippit was involved in the conspiracy is something that I've been able to prove. Other people have speculated about this since '63, but I advanced that case, I believe. So I'll talk about that. David Bellin of the Warren Commission called the Tippit murder the Rosetta Stone of the case, and I believe that's true, but not for the reasons he thought it was. I didn't believe in the official story from the very first day when I heard the radio reports of shots from the front at 12:40 p.m., and then 20 minutes later they started saying the shots came from the back. A flag went up in my head. I was already a journalist, and when they start changing stories, I'm wary of the story. And then when Oswald was on television saying he was just a patsy, I believed him. So by the end of that day, I was a skeptic. So I chronicle in my book my evolution into a researcher over a long period of time, and I talk about various discoveries I made about Kennedy, but I focus a lot of the research on Tippit, and his murder was neglected by the Warren Commission. Sylvia Meagher wrote that they had a profound lack of interest in Tippit, which is a good way of putting it. And she also said Tippit was unknown and unknowable in her great book, Accessories After the Fact. I took that as a challenge because nobody is really unknowable. There's a huge amount of paper trail on all of us and people to talk to, but the Tippit case is a very hard one to investigate, and there were no books on it for a long time. Gary Muir wrote an unpublished manuscript, which is quite good, but Dale Myers finally came out with what I consider the Warren Report of the Tippit case, which it has some good information in it and some good research. You have to check everything, and that's one of the things I learned early in this case, which is very valuable to me as a historian, is never take anything at face value, no matter what somebody says to you or some document says or some piece of so-called evidence, as Oswald called it. You have to check everything, triple check, and find out for yourself. So Myers has some good information, but he basically, anytime there's some piece of evidence that deviates from the Warren Report, he will dismiss it without saying why. So there wasn't much on it. Alfreda Scobie, who was a protege of Richard Russell on the Warren Commission, a good lawyer, wrote a memo in May of 1964 to J. Lee Rankin and said, aren't we supposed to investigate Tippit? Wasn't he part of the case? And how come nobody's done anything on Tippit? This is May of '64. So Rankin wrote a memo to the FBI asking for a limited background investigation. That's actually the phrase he used. And they responded in kind with a very limited background investigation, and that's about all they did on Tippit. The House Select Committee turned up some good information, but not enough. Tippit was portrayed as a simple cop, rather plodding policeman, and a good family man, et cetera. They make a big point of that. Mrs. Tippit the other day said he was a wonderful husband and father. And she knows better, you know. She knows that he was involved in the conspiracy and that he was cheating on her. And his mistress, Johnny Maxey Witherspoon, told me that Mrs. Tippit asked her husband for a divorce. It's sometimes said that Tippit asked her for a divorce, but Johnny Maxey Witherspoon said that Marie wanted a divorce because Tippit was cheating on her for years. But I think Mrs. Tippit is in denial. You know, and that's how she lives with it, and she seems like a nice person. So, but Tippit was a troubled war veteran who had what we now call PTSD, and one of the symptoms was he couldn't look people in the eye, which is a fatal flaw in a police officer. And even when he was hired as a policeman, people warned that he could get in serious trouble by not looking suspects in the eye. And he took a Rorschach test in 1952 when he was hired, and it was very disturbing. The examiner said he was a very unhealthy subject with a poor grip on reality and a man who was wholly devoid of any imaginative facilities. And people warned that he could get into trouble. And a friend of mine who's a journalist who interviewed me said after reading that Rorschach report in my book, it reminded him of the scene in The Parallax View where Warren Beatty is trying to become an assassin. He's a reporter and he feigns insanity to get the job. And so when Tippit takes a Rorschach test, it shows he's very disturbed, and that's fine with the Dallas Police Department because he fits right in. You know, I found out, I interviewed Morris Brumley, who was one of Tippit's old friends, and he showed me his Ku Klux Klan membership card while we were I was interviewing him in a diner, pulled out his wallet and showed me his Klan membership card, and was talking, he said he infiltrated the Klan for the Dallas police, and another researcher laughed and said, well, half of the Klan were Dallas policemen. Penn Jones said the same thing. The force was very corrupt and very racist, and James Lavelle, I had a great interview with him, a very interesting man who's quite honest up to a point, and I interviewed Henry Wade also, and I got from them proof that, I grilled them quite extensively, and the evidence against Oswald didn't hold up at all, according to both of them. They admitted to me they didn't have much of a case on Oswald for shooting either man because he didn't. They didn't say that, but every piece of evidence didn't hold up. And for example, the Warren Commission hinged its whole case on Tippit on the ballistics evidence because Helen Markham, their star witness, was totally unreliable. So they said the ballistics evidence, and there's no time to go into it here, but it's a complete mess. And if anything, it exonerates Oswald. And I went through all that with Lavelle, and he admitted, well, we had a little trouble with the ballistics on that case, which is a great understatement. And he told me a very interesting thing that Captain Will Fritz told him that day. He said, well, go ahead and make a tight case on him in case we have trouble making this one on the presidential shooting. Because they knew they didn't have a case against Oswald for killing Kennedy. So that's why they were so eager to pin the Tippit murder on him, because they thought they had, some witnesses and things like that. But if you study the case, again, the witnesses are very conflicting. There were 12 people who identified Oswald, but most of them identified him from a lineup in which he was the only person who was bleeding and shouting that he was innocent, and everybody else was wearing a suit and tie and everything. And some of the people identified him years later. Domingo Benavides, who was the closest witness, refused to identify Oswald as the shooter until his brother was shot and killed, and then he said, yeah, Oswald did it, And Warren Reynolds was shot in the head after refusing to identify Oswald, and then he changed his story. And then there were 10 people who said it was somebody else. They identified a short, stocky man. And 5 people said there were 2 men involved. So the witnesses, as one researcher told me, it's like there were 2 separate sets of witnesses, literally. And Jerry Rose did a very interesting article saying that he thought there was a staged scene there, that Jack Ruby had staged the witnesses because a lot of them had connections with Ruby. It's amazing when you get into T.F. Boley, for example, who I interviewed, who was the only one who looked at his watch and said it was 1:10. And the Warren report said Tippit was killed at 1:15, but he was really killed at 1:09. And I interviewed Boley. It was the first interview he'd ever given. He's since given some more, but it turned out he worked for Jack Ruby in his nightclubs, and a lot of other people did. And Mrs. Markham was friendly with Ruby. So Ruby, I think, planted the witnesses to give the official version. Some of them didn't tell their stories correctly, and so some truth dribbled out, but it's kind of like a Rashomon setting. It's very difficult. It took a long time to make sense out of this as much as I could. And to get to the heart of the matter, Tippit was racing around Oak Cliff in the last 24 minutes of his life. Other researchers have come up with some valuable information that he was seen at a gas station, looking at the viaduct from downtown, probably to see if Oswald was coming from downtown. Then he took off at a high rate of speed. He stopped a man in his car and looked in the back of the car and took off. Then he went to a record store, made a phone call, apparently didn't reach anybody, and then he went off and got killed. And it was speculated since 1963 that he was somehow involved in trying to capture Oswald, but nobody had any proof. And I went and interviewed Edgar Lee Tippit, who was his father, who was 90 years old, very sharp old man, very nice, cooperative old fellow living in Clarksville, Texas, and he'd never been interviewed before. And this is amazing that people just don't call these people, And Dale Myers says in a footnote in his book, little is known about Tippit's parents. Well, you could have called Mr. Tippit on, I mean, I don't understand. He talked to everybody else in the family, but he didn't want to talk to Mr. Tippit, probably for a good reason, because Mr. Tippit told me a number of interesting things. One was, there's one record in Tippit's personnel file about his shooting, which is strange that an officer for 11 years only has one record about his shooting, which says he was a mediocre shot. But Mr. Tippit said that his son was a great shot. And one time they were walking along and they saw a hawk in a tree like 100 yards away, and J.D. had a .22 rifle. He said, I'm going to shoot that hawk. And his father said, you can't. And he said, I'll do it, and he shot the hawk. And he also told me that Mrs. Tippit, Marie Tippit, was visited shortly after the assassination by another Dallas policeman who told her what happened that day, which is that this policeman said he and J.D. were assigned by the Dallas Police Department to hunt down Oswald after the assassination. He said I didn't get there because I had an auto accident, but J.D. got there and he got killed. And I checked this story out, which is evidence of conspiracy, obviously, because Tippit was looking for Oswald as early as 1245. And the official version is the Dallas police didn't know who Oswald was until after he was arrested at 1:51. And even then it took them a little while because he had two sets of identification. So, the police knew who Oswald was. He was known to the intelligence division. He was an FBI informant. They had a record on him. They were probably working with him, or at least surveilling him. But I believe the other policeman is William D. Menzel. And in my book, I was about 95% sure it was Menzel because he was behaving erratically that day as well and telling conflicting stories about what he was doing in Oak Cliff. And there was an auto accident within a mile of the Tippit shooting about 2 minutes after. It was reported 2 minutes after Tippit was shot. And Menzel was the guy who responded to the accident. Maybe he had the accident. But Myers came out with a new edition of his book after my book came out. And he provides what I think is the final piece of information that convinces me it was Menzel, that Mrs. Menzel gave Myers an interview, and she said Menzel always felt very guilty that he didn't get to the scene of the shooting. He felt that Tippit had died for him, is what he said. Very interesting. He felt terrible about it. And he was one of the honor guards at the funeral. So I think he was the other officer involved in this hunt for Oswald. And what they were supposed to do, we don't know. Were they supposed to capture him or probably kill him? I think the plan was to kill Oswald very quickly after Kennedy was killed and also kill Tippit. It was going to be within an hour, they're going to have Kennedy, Tippit, and Oswald all conveniently killed. And something went wrong. Oswald was probably at the theater by 1 o'clock, as Butch Burroughs said. I don't think Oswald was at the Tippit shooting scene at all. Let's see, let me just get this. And Henry Wade told me also, he more or less confirmed it. He said somebody reported to me that the police already knew who he was and they were looking for him. So Mr. Wade gave me a lot of interesting information. He also told me a fascinating thing. He said the FBI had talked to Oswald a day or two before the assassination. That's a big scoop. And Wade had been an FBI agent himself, and it's known that Oswald went to the FBI office on February 12th, they said, to take that note, their allegedly threatening note. It was destroyed after Oswald was killed, so we don't really know what the note said. The Dallas Morning News on the morning Oswald was shot, which it went to press before he was killed, said that he talked to the FBI in Dallas on November 16th, which people have forgotten. But Wade said it was a day or two before, so I think Oswald was an informant for the FBI. There's a lot of information about that. They were after him. They were going to silence him. And my scenario for what I think happened, and I name suspects and I exonerate others, including Oswald, I think Tippit was killed by 2 or 3 men at least, and I think, well, there was a second police car involved in the alley. 3 witnesses saw a police car in the alley. Tippit pulled up right blocking an alley, which is interesting that he blocked the alley. And a man was seen coming from the direction of the police car and shot Tippit. And then he shot him in the head with the coup de grace, as Jack Tatum said. And then he went back to the police car, and another accomplice ran around the corner, who some people claimed was Oswald. And there was also a man who looked like Ruby who was seen at the scene. And Ruby could have been there. I've got evidence. His alibi witnesses were all friends of his from the Carousel Club, newspaper people who had passes to the Carousel Club and stuff. But he could have been there. But I think Harry Olson is the prime suspect, the Dallas policeman who was a real dirty cop who was fired by Chief Curry in December, which is fascinating, and told to leave town. And he and his girlfriend, Kay Coleman, who was a Ruby stripper, who he soon married out in California, fled to California. And Olson and Kay Coleman spent the night of November 22nd in a parked car with Jack Ruby downtown for about 3 hours, egging him on to kill Oswald. They actually admitted this to the Warren Commission. And Harry Olson was in Oak Cliff. It's too complicated to go into his movements, but he was in Oak Cliff on the 22nd nearby, and giving conflicting stories about what he was up to. And so I think he was the man possibly in the police car. And I think the man who shot Tippit, my personal view, although I can't prove it, is Darrell Wayne Garner, who was a petty criminal who worked for Jack Ruby. He was a pimp and a car thief, and he was the prime suspect, according to the FBI, in the shooting of Warren Reynolds, the Tippit witness who survived, luckily. And Garner died of a heroin overdose at the age of 30. It's conceivable Roscoe White was around there. The whole Roscoe White story, as you know, is very messed up, but and there's no proof that he was there, but it's conceivable he was around. Virginia Davis, one of the witnesses, said when she heard the shot, she came out of her house at the corner there, and there were policemen around, and this is immediately, and she saw another police car, and she saw other policemen. And officially, there were no other policemen there until 1:22, which was 13 minutes later. So what were policemen doing at the scene when Tippit was shot? Well, you know, his own force helped kill him. And it's ironic that they're now, you know, honoring him. That's one reason Dallas has a lot to hide. This whole episode of this, you know, policemen blocking Dealey Plaza, you know, like a police state, is Dallas telling the world we have a lot to hide, folks, you know. So I think that's what happened. I also explore in my book, well, why was Tippit shot? There are two possible reasons. I think one is that it was a cynical move to kill a policeman, to bring hordes of policemen into Oak Cliff to kill the patsy, Oswald, who was nearby. And Jim Lavelle admitted to me, if you listen to the police tapes, they're very blasé when Kennedy is killed. You could say maybe professional or detached, but they don't seem terribly excited. And when Tippit is shot, when they say an officer is down, they get very excited and the pace picks up and there's a high level of agitation. And I asked Lavelle, how did they feel when the officer was shot? And he said, well, you know, a policeman's death always takes precedence over everything, including the murder of the president. And I said, how did you and the other policemen feel about Kennedy's death? 2 minutes? Okay. He said, well, as the old saying goes, it wasn't no different than a South Dallas N-word shooting, he said. That was Lavelle's statement about the Kennedy murder. So it could have been they just decided cynically, let's kill a policeman to get an excuse to get Oswald as a cop killer and kill Oswald. I go into, and we don't have time, but I go into the question of whether Tippit could have been badge man. There have been people who speculated about that, and I think there is a possibility. The picture of badge man looks remarkably like pictures of Tippit, and one of the things that I found out one of the reasons I did my research was the Warren volumes only have 2 pictures of Tippit hidden away in the 26 volumes, and the most recent one was 1957. He didn't look much like he did when he was shot. Why were they hiding pictures of Tippit? They didn't want us to know what he looked like. And there were pictures of him in the local papers and stuff, and you know, he looked considerably different. But he looks remarkably like Badgeman. His hairline is exactly the same, his eyebrows, the shape of his head, et cetera. And there were witnesses who saw a policeman firing a gun from the grassy knoll. There's conflicting evidence, or so-called evidence, that Mrs. Tippit claims that he was home for lunch that day. Her story has varied a lot over the years about when he was there and when he wasn't there or whatever. And she said in an old interview that he came home for lunch frequently, but since my book was published, she said in a brand new book that J.D. never came home for lunch, so it was really remarkable that he came home on November 22nd, which I think is interesting. And there's also a markout call on 12:17 p.m. in Oak Cliff that he went to investigate a shoplifter. But that incident is very confused. All the reports are conflicting, and he was only there, if he was there, for a few minutes. But you have to consider those two possibilities. Mrs. Tippett's story was never under oath, and she's the only witness who says he was home for lunch. I interviewed a neighbor who claimed she saw Tippett leaving from lunch to go home, and I knocked down her story completely because it doesn't make sense at all. So it's all on hinges on Mrs. Tippett as his alibi for not being in Dealey Plaza, unless you believe this markout call. But even if he wasn't a gunman, he was up to no good because he was out to get Lee Harvey Oswald. And that's now, I think, established, and I think that furthers the understanding of what this mysterious incident was all about. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Dawn Meredith, is known to a lot of you in the research community. She's on the forums and has been at the case for a while, and she was asked by John Armstrong, who you also know has done the work on the Oswald doubles, to read this piece from his article about the murder of Tippett.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I was very honored when John Armstrong called me last week and asked me to deliver this paper. And those familiar with John's work know how detailed it is, so I'm going to read this as quickly as possible and know everybody will get lost with all the details. So I encourage you to read further on John's website, harveyandlee.net. I'm an attorney in Austin, Texas. I've been researching this case since the day it happened. And with that, I will attempt to get through this paper. Yes, a longer version, and also you can buy his book on the website. harveyandlee.net. The murder of Dallas police officer J.D. Tippett was a prearranged and involved Harvey Oswald, Lee Oswald, and at least one high-ranking Dallas police officer. Tippett was shot and killed by Lee Oswald at 10th and Patton, who then hurried to the Texas Theater. A wallet that contained identification for Lee Harvey Oswald and Alec Heidel suddenly appeared at the scene of the murder and then disappeared 10 minutes later and was never seen again. Before the police arrived at the Texas Theater, they already knew the name of the man they were going to arrest. Now let's follow the whereabouts of Harvey, wearing a long-sleeved brown shirt, and Lee wearing a white T-shirt, and fill in the details. A few minutes after President Kennedy was shot, Harvey Oswald, wearing a long-sleeved brown shirt, left the book depository. 3 women working in the building across the street said they saw Jack Ruby give Oswald a pistol. Harvey Oswald walked east on Elm Street, saw a city bus stopped in traffic. Bus driver Cecil McWaters opened the door, and Harvey Oswald and an unknown blonde woman boarded the bus. About 4 minutes later, Harvey Oswald got up from his seat, obtained a bus transfer, and left the bus via the front door, while a blonde woman left the bus through the rear door. Harvey Oswald walked 3 blocks south and got into the front seat of William Whaley's taxi. An unknown woman, possibly the blonde woman from the bus who may have been following Harvey Oswald, was standing nearby and asked Whaley to call her a cab. As Whaley was driving towards Oak Cliff, 2 unidentified police officers boarded McWaters' bus with pistols drawn. There are no police reports of this incident. As Whaley drove south on Zhang, the car passed by Officer J.D. Tippett, who was sitting in his patrol car. Tippett at the Gloco station. Tippett may or may not have been waiting for Harvey, but when the bus didn't show up, Tippett left. A few minutes later, at 12:54 p.m., Tippett reported his position as Lancaster and 8th. Tippett turned right and drove 2 miles to the Top 10 record store. At 1 p.m., Tippett parked his patrol car, entered the store, asked the store clerk, Louis Cortiana, for permission to make a phone call. Tippett said nothing during the call, hung up the phone, hurried out to his car, drove north across Jefferson Boulevard. A few moments later, it was most likely Tippett in his patrol car who drove slowly past Harvey Oswald's rooming house. Oswald was alerted by Tippett honking the horn before driving around the corner of Beckley and Zhang. A minute later, Harvey Oswald, wearing a dark brown long-sleeved T-shirt, left the rooming house and was last seen by his landlady on the corner about 1:04 p.m. Harvey Oswald possibly got into Tippett's car 2 minutes later, arrived in the alley directly behind the Texas Theater. He walked through a narrow passageway adjacent to the Texas Theater, emerged on Jefferson Boulevard. Harvey Oswald purchased a ticket from Julia Postal about 1:07 p.m., entered the theater, and was seen by theater concierge Bush Burroughs around 1:10 p.m. before Tippit was shot at 10th and Patton. We will now return to Dealey Plaza and follow Lee Oswald wearing a white T-shirt. After the shots were fired at President Kennedy, Lee Oswald walked through the office of the book depository and was seen by Mrs. Reed carrying a Coke, wearing a white T-shirt. 10 minutes later, at 12:40 p.m., Lee Oswald was seen by Deputy Sheriff Roger Craig, Marvin Robinson, and Ray Cooper getting into a light-colored Nash Rambler station wagon in Dealey Plaza. Helen Forrest saw the same man and said, quote, "If it wasn't Oswald, it was his identical twin," quote. The Nash Rambler quickly left and was last seen driving under the triple underpass. 20 minutes later, while Lee Oswald was changing clothes at his rooming house, Lee Oswald was a mile and a half away walking past 10th and Barbershop. Mr. Clark told the FBI, quote, he had seen a man who he had bet his life on was Oswald passing his barbershop in a great hurry and had commented to the customer in the chair, quote. The barbershop was 3 blocks north of Jack Ruby's apartment, where Lee Oswald had been seen the night before by late neighbor Helen McIntosh. Lee Oswald, now walking on 10th Street, was still wearing a white T-shirt, but was now also wearing a light-colored, medium-sized jacket and carrying a loaded pistol with shells. Construction worker William Lawrence Smith was walking east toward the Town and Country Cafe, close to the barbershop, shortly after 1 p.m. Smith told the FBI that he, quote, felt sure that the man who walked by him going west on 10th was Lee Harvey Oswald. Jimmy Burt and his friend William Arthur Smith were across the street from the construction site and watched the same man as he continued walking on 10th and Patton. While Jimmy Burt and Smith watched the man walk over to Tippit's squad car, Harvey Oswald was in the Texas Theater. Around 1:08 p.m., Mr. Tippit began talking with Lee Oswald and the same man that Tippit sat next to, who was the same man that Tippit sat next to at the Dobbs House restaurant 2 days earlier at 10 a.m. Tippit had already driven Harvey Oswald to the Texas Theater, and his next assignment may have been to pick up Lee near or at Jack Ruby's apartment and drive him to the Texas Theater. Tippit and Lee Oswald may have discussed this during their brief friendly conversation through the passenger side of the window, but the events that soon followed suggest that Lee Oswald's prearranged assignment was to kill Tippit and lead police to the Texas Theater, which is exactly what he did. Tippit was one of the few people who knew and came in contact with both Harvey and Lee on November 22nd, knew where they both lived, and therefore had to be eliminated. Jack Tatum drove past Tippit's squad car and recalled, quote, it looked as if Oswald and Tippit were talking to each other. There was conversation. It did seem peaceful, quote. Tatum said he, Oswald, had on a light-colored zipper jacket and dark trousers and what looked to be a white T-shirt. Tatum later told House Select Committee investigator Moriarty that he did not see Oswald wearing a brown shirt, just a white T-shirt. After talking briefly with Lee Oswald, Tippit got out of his patrol car. As he began walking toward the front of the patrol car, Lee Oswald pulled out a pistol and began shooting Tippit. After Tippit fell to the floor, Lee Oswald walked toward him and deliberately shot him in the head. Witness Helen Markham said the shooting occurred at 1:06 p.m. T.F. Bowley was driving west on 10th Street, stopped at the scene a few minutes after the shooting. He used the police radio to report the shooting and looked at his watch. The time was 1:10 p.m. An additional DPD police transcript found in the National Archives listed the time of this transmission as 1:10 p.m. While Lee Oswald was shooting Tippit, Harvey Oswald was sitting next to Jack Davis at the Texas Theater a half-mile away. Davis remembered that when Harvey first walked into the lower level, he took a seat next to a pregnant woman. Within a few minutes, both Harvey and the woman got up from their seats. Harvey walked into the lobby, then walked back to the lower level and took a seat next to Davis in the near-empty theater as the opening credits to the movie began, a few minutes before 1:20 p.m. Harvey soon got up and walked past the empty seats to a small aisle on the right side of the theater and then back to the concession area. Davis watched as Harvey again re-entered the lower level, took a seat next to a man in the back row directly across the aisle from Davis. Within a few minutes, Harvey got up and once again returned to the concession area. He returned a few moments later and took a seat across the aisle from Mr. Davis and then moved to another seat in the fourth row. It appeared to Davis as though Harvey was looking for someone, perhaps a contact. After shooting Tippit, Lee Oswald began walking south on Patton toward Jefferson Boulevard while removing the empty shells from his gun and tossing them into the ground. Domingo Benavides, parked just in front of Tippit's car, saw Lee Oswald as he was running off and said, quote, "The back of his head seemed like the hairline sort of went square instead of tapering off. His hair didn't taper off, it kind of went down and squared off," quote. Harvey Oswald's hairline, as we know from numerous photographs taken at the police station, extended well down below his neck, past his collar line. It was not squared off as described by Benavides. Lee Oswald walked past taxi driver Scogans, parked next to the corner of 10th and Patton, who said the man wore dark trousers and a light shirt. Ted Calloway saw Lee Oswald walking south on Patton and said he was wearing a light gray Eisenhower-type jacket, dark trousers, and a white T-shirt. Warren Reynolds saw Lee Oswald and followed him as he walked past the Bellows station, but hesitated to identify him as the man police arrested in the Texas Theater. Robert and Mary Brock saw the same man as he walked past the Texaco station. As Lee Oswald walked through the parking area adjacent to the Texaco station, he removed his medium-sized jacket and threw it under a car, which left him wearing a white T-shirt and carrying a loaded pistol. Nearly all the witnesses at 10th and Patton said that Lee Oswald was wearing a white T-shirt, but nobody said the man they saw shoot Tippit was wearing a long-sleeved brown shirt. Lee Oswald's destination, almost certainly chosen by his handlers, was the Texas Theater. At 1:25 to 1:30 p.m., Lee Oswald, wearing a white T-shirt, hurried into the Texas Theater without buying a ticket, ran up the stairs of the balcony. Shoe store manager Johnny Brewer followed him and told the theater cashier Julia Postal to call the police. Butch Burroughs remembered that when Brewer arrived, he said that he appeared about 20 minutes after he first saw Harvey Oswald in the theater. Brewer followed Lee Oswald into the theater, but there may be reason to question his honesty. Johnny Brewer said that he first heard about the shooting of Officer Tippit on the radio about 1:30 p.m. and claimed that he saw Oswald wearing a brown shirt suspiciously lurking near his doorway, but Brewer could not have possibly seen Oswald wearing a brown shirt because the man wearing the brown shirt, Harvey Oswald, had already been inside the Texas Theater for the past 20 minutes. Brewer then claimed that he pointed out Harvey Oswald to the police in the theater. Again, this is probably not true. A close friend of Jack Ruby's, Tommy Rowe, worked at Hardy's shoe store with Brewer. In 1964, Rowe told friends, relatives, and JFK researchers that it was he, not Brewer, who pointed out Harvey Oswald to the police in the dark of the Texas Theater. Rowe was so close to Jack Ruby that he moved into Ruby's apartment when Ruby went to jail for killing Harvey Oswald. Rowe was never interviewed by the police or the FBI. But if Jack Ruby gave Harvey Oswald a pistol after he left the school depository, then telephoned Tommy Rowe with a description of Harvey Oswald so he could later identify Harvey to the police inside the theater, then Ruby was much more involved in the assassination than we ever imagined. Dallas Police Captain Westbrook, along with Sergeant Calvin Owens and Assistant District Attorney Bill Alexander, arrived at 10th and Patton. Tippit's body had already been removed, and the scene was filled with police officers, witnesses, neighbors, curious onlookers. Westbrook heard over the police radio that a suspicious person had been seen running into a nearby library and was immediately driven to that location. After he returned to 10th and Patton, a wallet suddenly appeared in Westbrook's hands, complete with identification to link Lee Harvey Oswald to Tippit's murder and with the identification for Ellie Kydell to link him to the rifle found on the 6th floor of the book depository. Not one witness, not one ambulance driver, not one neighbor, not one onlooker, not one trained police officer saw this wallet lying on the street or in Tippit's car, yet it suddenly appeared in the hands of Captain Westbrook. Westbrook called out to FBI agent Bob Barrett, who approached Westbrook and saw the wallet along with Captain George Doherty, Sergeant Calvin Owens, Sergeant Kenneth Croy, and accident investigator Howell Summers. WFAA TV cameraman Ron Ryland was at the scene and filmed these police officers as they inspected the wallet. The Dallas police officers at 10th and Patton now knew, thanks to Captain Westbrook, that Lee Harvey Oswald was the prime suspect in Tippit's murder. Their next stop was to the Texas Theater, where Lee Oswald, wearing a white T-shirt, was hiding in the balcony. and Harvey, wearing the brown shirt, was sitting in the 4th row in the lower level. Captain Westbrook was a ranking officer at 10th and Patton and knew police procedure as well as anyone. If Westbrook was not the person who brought the wallet to 10th and Patton, then he should have insisted on police reports to establish a chain of custody for the wallet, written a detailed report about the wallet and its contents, entered the wallet into evidence at DPT headquarters, and discussed the wallet with the Warren Commission. But not a single police report was written about the wallet, and according to but not a single police report was written, and according to FBI agent Bob Barrett, it was Westbrook who kept the wallet. The fact that Captain Westbrook totally ignored police procedures and that a crucial piece of evidence is reason to believe that he was the person that brought the wallet to the 10th and Patton in order to identify Oswald, and it was Westbrook who made the wallet disappear. Captain Westbrook, Sergeant Owens, Sergeant Croy testified before the Warren Commission, but not one of these men was asked, nor did they volunteer any information about finding a wallet. As at the Tippit shooting, the wallet was the single most important piece of evidence ever found prior to Oswald's arrest. Yet 10 minutes after it appeared, it disappeared and was never seen again. The disappearing wallet is proof that Tippit's murder was pre-planned. If Westbrook or anyone had identification in their possession that would identify a suspect in a murder prior to the murder, then the person had prior knowledge of a pre-planned assassination. The real significance of this wallet is that it shows that Westbrook knew in advance that Lee Harvey Oswald would be accused of the Tippit murder and that he would be linked to the assassination of President Kennedy. The only reason to bring the wallet to 10th and Patton was to frame Oswald. After the assassination, Captain Westbrook relocated to South Vietnam, where he served as a CIA special advisor to the Saigon police. At 1:45, the police dispatcher reported, have information, a suspect just went into the Texas Theater on West Jefferson, hiding in the balcony. With Lee Harvey Oswald as their prime suspect, Captain Westbrook and his police officers from 10th and Patton began to descend on the Texas Theater. They entered the main floor of the rear entrance, and other officers began searching the balcony. Deputy Bill Carson came face to face with a young man who was walking down the lobby. Carson said the man was certain in his own mind that the man was Lee Oswald. Inside the darkened theater, Ruby's friend, Tommy Rowe, directed the police to the man wearing the long-sleeved brown shirt. As soon as the police arrested and handcuffed Harvey Oswald, Westbrook told his officers, get him out of here as fast as you can and don't let anyone see him. This is good indication that Harvey Oswald knew that Lee was also in the theater. As Harvey Oswald was taken out the front, an officer told Julia Postal, we have our man on both counts, Oswald. Wearing a long-sleeved brown shirt, Harvey Oswald was brought out the front entrance of the Texas Theater, placed in a car, driven to jail. Paul Bentley removed Harvey Oswald's wallet from his rear pocket and found identification for Lee Oswald and A.J. Heidel, nearly identical to the identification found in the wallet produced by Captain Westbrooks. There were now 2 wallets containing both information for Lee Harvey Oswald and Alex Heidel. These 2 wallets could have created a serious problem and alerted the police to the possibility of 2 Lee Harvey Oswalds if properly identified as evidence and reported. But the wallet that appeared and disappeared in the hand of Captain Westbrook was unexplainable and never came to be made public. As Harvey Oswald was en route to the police station, Bernard Hare, owner of the Harvey shop, 2 doors down from the theater, saw police escort a young man out of the rear of the theater. For the next 25 years, Mr. Hare and other witnesses thought they'd seen the rest of Lee Harvey Oswald, but there's no police report, no record, no arrest, no mention of any person taken out of the rear of the theater. There are, however, several police reports that state Lee Oswald was arrested in the balcony. The police homicide, and I'm not going to name all of them, but many, many police reports list that Lee Oswald was arrested in the balcony. How could trained police officers make such a mistake? The suspect in the balcony, identified by Deputy Sheriff Bill Corse as Lee Oswald, may or may not have been arrested. He was probably the man that Mr. Hare saw escorted out of the rear. Who escorted Lee Oswald and escorted him to the back of the Texas Theater? Captain Westbrook had Oswald's wallet at 10th and Patton. Westbrook told DPD officers that they had their suspect and Harvey was being led out of the theater. It's likely that Captain Westbrook, the senior officer at the Texas Theater, knew about Harvey and Lee. It's also likely that under Westbrook's supervision that Lee Oswald was escorted to the rear of the Texas Theater. A short while later, Lee Oswald was seen driving a two-tone blue 57 Plymouth on the corner of Davis Street, 6 blocks north of the Texas Theater. Oswald drove the car behind a large billboard and appeared to be hiding from the police who were patrolling the streets. T.F. White, a career mechanic who worked across the street at Mac Pate's Auto Service, was curious and walked toward the car. The man sitting in the car with the engine running was wearing a white T-shirt and looked directly at Mr. White. Mr. White walked toward the car and the driver quickly sped away, throwing gravel in with his rear tires. White wrote down the make and model of the car and license plate number PP4537 in his notebook. Mr. White told FBI agent Charles Brown that the man driving the car was Lee Harvey Oswald. But at that time, Harvey Oswald was already in jail. The authorities soon determined that the license plate was registered to, the Plymouth was owned by Officer Tippett's best friend, Carl Mather, an employer at Collins Radio, a very important CIA contractor. So at 1 p.m., Lee Oswald murdered Tippett, and an hour later was driving a car owned by Tippett's best friend, Carl Mather. Wes Wise, who was later the mayor of Dallas, interviewed Carl and Barbara Mather over dinner in the presence of a CBS reporter. Barbara Mather was calm, but Carl Mather was so upset and agitated that he was unable to eat. Years later, Carl Mather agreed to be interviewed by the House Select Committee, but not before insisting on a grant of immunity. However, Mather was never interviewed. Ken Porter, another employee of the CIA-controlled Collins Radio, quit his job after the assassination, divorced his wife, and married Oswald's widow, Marina. In their report of the Oswald sighting in the Mather car, the FBI changed the two-tone blue 57 Plymouth to a red Ford Falcon. This change allowed Carl Mather's wife, Barbara, to tell the FBI agent they'd never owned a red car and gave the FBI reason to end their investigation. The fate of Harvey Oswald in the Dallas police custody when he was killed by Jack Ruby is well known, but little is known about Lee Oswald's whereabouts following the assassination. One intriguing account of his possible escape from Dallas comes from a decorated U.S. Air Force veteran named Robert Vinson. Vinson said that on the afternoon of November 22nd, he was a passenger on a nearly deserted C-54 cargo plane that departed Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland. Soon after the assassination, the plane was diverted and landed on what appeared to be a road under construction near the Trinity River south of Dallas, a very unusual landing site. There, Vincent said a Jeep carrying 2 men and a driver pulled up to the plane, and the 2 passengers came aboard. Vincent said the taller man might have been a Cuban, and after he saw televised pictures of Lee Harvey Oswald, he felt the shorter man looked an awful lot like Oswald. The flight continued to Air Force Base in Roswell, New Mexico, where all the passengers deplaned. Vincent said he was told the entire base was on lockdown. Thank you. I was given a 5-minute warning, so it kind of...
Hi, yes, we have 2 very distinguished researchers, Joseph McBride, who I listened to all of your interviews on Black Ops at least several times, and John Armstrong, and they seem to be conflicting, and I wonder what Mr. McBride has to say about that.
Yeah, well, thank you for your comments. It's great. It was great to be on Black Op Radio. I did 4 interviews with Leno Sanek. I also did a spot for his show, 50 Reasons for 50 Years, on the Tippett case, where I summarized this whole thing in about 10 minutes. And I did a thing on the media and the assassination, which is another big area of interest of mine. I'm an admirer of Harvey and Lee, the book. I confess that I have trouble following parts of it, which is Harvey and which is Lee, even though he boldfaces the names. And I've studied the book carefully, and I find, you know, I think that, I mean, obviously some of these things could be coincidences, but I think that he makes an overwhelming case with research that there were 2 Oswalds. And he convinced me. I was an agnostic on that for a long time, but I don't think it's possible always to prove which was which doing what. And now the whole Tippit thing, as Don was reading, it is a different scenario. I don't believe there's any evidence at all linking Lee Oswald, either Lee Oswald, to the Tippit shooting. I mean, just for example, the gun that he's alleged to have had at the theater, John Armstrong makes a very good case in his book that Oswald didn't own either the pistol or the rifle. He's very convincing with the paper trail that there's no way to link these two guns to Oswald. So whether Oswald even had a gun at the theater, I don't necessarily believe any story the Dallas Police Department puts out. And so also the bullets that killed Tippit could not be linked by the FBI to the gun. And the cartridges are a complete mess. They were planted by the police. And you know, the ballistics evidence is useless. And there were these people who said they saw a person they thought was Oswald. There may have been a person who looked somewhat like Oswald at the scene. But you know, I mentioned Darrell Wayne Garner, a young man who may well have been involved in the shooting. But you know, it's very confused witness pattern. But I think that there was, you know, there could have been two Oswalds at the theater because there was a second man arrested in the balcony, as she points out, and he was taken at the back. So there may have been some reason for these two men to converge on the theater. But I don't think that that has anything to do with the shooting of Tippit. There are other aspects I didn't even go into. I forgot to mention, in trying to squeeze it all into things, that Tippit left a very small footprint politically. He didn't have any strongly held opinions politically, and he didn't leave any racist comments behind, although his father threw the N-word around very liberally, et cetera. But Tippit was working for Austin Cook, whose barbecue was the nexus of all the leading right-wingers in Dallas. It was like their clubhouse. And Austin Cook was a Bircher, and I interviewed him. He knew General Walker, and he knew Ralph Paul, who was Ruby's financier. And so Tippit was connected to the Ruby right-wing criminal element. Bill Alexander hung out at Austin's all the time, who's a far-right deputy DA who was a suspicious character in the case. And then Tippit worked for Manuel Oliva, who was at the Stevens Theater, who was involved with anti-Castro Cubans. He worked for CBS. He worked for the Voice of America, which is part of the State Department. And he ran all the Hispanic prostitution in Dallas. So Tippit was known to this milieu of all these groups and characters that were suspicious in Dallas, and so he could have been spotted by them. He was wearing a uniform, carrying a gun as a security guard at these places, and they could have recruited him. And he was chronically short on money. He owned 2 houses, which is unusual for somebody earning less than $500 a month. But right before the assassination, his family took a big vacation. His father told me he bought him a new truck. Tippit bought himself a new station wagon. Suddenly some money came into the picture. So Tippit had his own life, which I think is different from the Harvey Lee scenario, to be honest, you know.
If I could just follow up on that just briefly. Nobody here probably knows a researcher who is now deceased named Jay Harrison, but Jay was a Dallas police officer, was good friends with Tippit, one of my dearest friends in the world before he died, and he devoted his life to studying the Kennedy assassination. Jay always told me that Oswald killed Tippit. I never argued with Jay, and during those years, I was aware of John Armstrong's work, but unfortunately, I had not read it. I would give anything now to have this conversation with Jay, because I believe that Jay was right. Lee Oswald killed Tippit. I think that Jay got that right, as did Armstrong, in my personal opinion. And I want to give a shameless plug for my forum, Deep Politics Forum. Invite anybody to join.
Some of you know this story, but years ago at an ASK conference, which preceded some of the other ones here in Dallas, I was approached at my COPA table by 2 older Dallas policemen. I don't know their names. they came over and they said, "We hear you don't think Oswald owned a rifle or a pistol." I said, "Well, I didn't say that. I said he at least didn't own the Mannlicher that's supposed to have killed Kennedy or the gun that's supposed to have killed Tippit." And I gave them some background on why I believe that. And then they said, "Well, what about that gun he brought in the theater with him?" I said, "I think you boys brought that in." They looked at each other, they grinned, they said, "Well, maybe we did." And I said, "That'd be police procedure, wouldn't it?"
Yeah, in the back.
Thank you. Well, I was a second, excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's a line, you know, already. Don't you think that, well, John Armstrong's presentation of two Oswalds should be brought in line with your evidence that Oswald in Russia did speak English? It seems to me that this information new to Armstrong, but not new to many Western reporters. I name Canadian Peter Ronsky, fluent in both languages, Russian and English. He came in 1991 immediately. Penrose, UK, Norman Mailer, United States, they all knew that Oswald spoke Russian. Not to say about my own presentation.
Well, you know that Norman Mailer later changed his views that Oswald killed the president.
Well, I'm just referring to the main postulates in Armstrong theory. So, you know, it looks like his approach should be viewed with a grain of reserve. Thank you.
One thing Armstrong says is that one of the two Oswalds was actually not born in America, and he was a native Russian speaker, and that some of the odd linguistic tics of Oswald could be attributed to the fact that he wasn't a native speaker. I'll just throw that in as a possibility.
I have a question. First of all, thank you. I just finished your book last week, and it was very therapeutic. Thank you. I'm the same age as you are, and we had the same kind of motivation and so forth. But I was wanting to know, what did you think of Markham? I mean, wasn't Markham the lady that kept sticking to her story about what she saw at the Tippit scene? But then they, I don't know, somehow wasn't somebody admitted to a sanitarium or something because they stuck to their scene and they tried to prove that she was crazy?
Well, she wasn't admitted to a sanitarium as far as I know, but she was very confused, actually. She did stick to the timeline. She said that the shooting took place at 1:06 or 1:07. She never varied from that. She was on her way to catch a bus, which the FBI said was due at 1:12, a block away. And so it matched, you know, that with the Boley scenario. Larry Ray Harris, who I should give a nod to, was a great Tippit researcher, and Greg Lowry is another one who's still researching Tippit. Lowry thought it happened in 1:08, and Larry said 1:09, and it comports with Boley, et cetera. So Helen Markham at least stuck to that, but she kept, she was hysterical at the scene of the crime, and when she was taken to a lineup, she kept fainting, and they had to give her smelling salts, and she was really in a terrible state, so she was not a reliable witness. And when she testified before the Warren Commission, it was like a Marx Brothers routine, because the lawyer questioning her had to ask her 6 times, "Did you identify Oswald?" And she kept saying, "No, I didn't." And he said, "Well, didn't you identify a man in the lineup?" And she said, no, I didn't see anybody I've seen before. And he finally had to ask her a leading question. Wasn't it number 2 that you identified? I think it was, oh yeah, number 2, right, you know. I mean, so she was a useless witness, and the Warren Commission memos say that she was a complete loon and, you know, terrible things. And also, she had a son who had been at the Huntsville prison, and he had been paroled, and he was involved in a car thieving ring, and she may have been. The Dallas police probably used that to get leverage over her, because her son kept getting involved with the law, and she was a kind of a pitiable character who they put pressure on to tell the story they wanted to hear. I think that's the truth. So she's not a reliable witness at all. Mrs. Clemens, Aquila Clemens, one of the people I dedicated my book to, is a great heroes. She saw two people involved, and she was threatened by the police at gunpoint. You know, I mean, they showed her a gun and said you could get killed if you keep talking. She kept talking, kept to her story. The two men did it. She was interviewed by Mark Lane and Emile D'Antonio and rushed to judgment and was never seen again. So she's, that's one of the most disturbing parts of the case.
What was her name?
Aquila Clemens, African-American
That's who I was
lady.
talking about.
Yeah.
I missed it.
No, she was a very sane, you know, honest person who kept telling the same story to different people, and then she disappeared. She would be over 100 today, so people have been trying to find her, but nobody could ever find a record of what might have happened to her.
One more question. I have do both of you have any thoughts on Gary, can't remember his name, the friend of James Files, who said he killed Tippit?
Zero.
He was CIA, he was a handler from what they did.
Zero credit.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't believe that
Gary
story
Marlowe.
I don't think it has any credibility, that whole Files story. I'll just say, Greg Lowry contacted me recently. He thinks that Donald Wayne House killed Tippit. That's his suspect. I mentioned House in my book. He was an odd character who was picked up in Fort Worth shortly after the assassination on suspicion of possibly shooting Tippit, and he was exonerated by the Secret Service and let go. But Greg, for what it's worth, thinks that House is a viable suspect. He was short. He looked a little like Oswald. He was thin and short. I don't know if he was
I wanted to respond, if I could, for a moment to Dr. Titovitz with two pieces of information in my work regarding Oswald. COPA arranged a meeting in the Bahamas, since we couldn't meet here, with our researchers and with Fabian Escalante and Mr. Rodriguez, the two top people in the Cuban intelligence at the time of the assassination and the years preceding it. It's an interesting meeting. There's transcripts of it, but I had a chance at dinner to sit with Fabian Escalante, and I raised the question with him about multiple Oswalds. He told me that during his training in the Soviet Union by the KGB for his intelligence work, that his KGB handler told him, and this was in the late 60s, he told me, that Lee Harvey Oswald was still living in the Soviet Union. I think there were two Oswalds. May Brussel, one of the early researchers and my mentor, came to speak at my college, University of Dayton, and actually John Armstrong and I were going to do a presentation about this question. Someone came up out of the shadows and he said, "May, don't you know who I am?" As we were walking home, she looked at him and said, "You look like Lee Harvey Oswald," and he did. And he said, "I'm Don Norton." And she said, "Oh, Don Norton, you know," and he also, when she said that, he looked at his feet and he said, "A lot of people tell me that." And then she said, "Oh, it's Don Norton, and he's from Akron, and he said he might come to my talk." She said, "He's the only person in the country who sends me money to do my research." He looked at his feet again and he said, "That's my conscience money." And I thought, who is this? So I said, "Why don't you, Donald Norton, that's the name he gave me. And well, he followed up on this story, but he got it from my experience. And I was with a few other friends, and I said, "Why don't you come down to the house?" He did. I said, "You know, you can talk to May." And when he came, he didn't ask questions or anything. He went into a repetition verbatim of what Oswald had said in the Ed Butler Inca interview. And I think May thought he was signaling to her. So the next day in the car, she said, "Don't you think that was Oswald?" And I said, "Well, he looked a lot like Oswald," but I said, "Oswald's dead, isn't he, May?" And she said, "That's not what Marguerite told me, his mother. She said that wasn't my son in the basement of the Dallas jail." And I think that there was a second Oswald shot. This guy certainly spoke English. He looks to me a lot like the Oswald in all the photographs with Marina in Russia. The rounder face, sort of chubby-faced Oswald, the Marine picture and everything, you know, with the helmet on. You know, I think he used the name Don Norton. I looked it up in the literature and found, I believe it was in Paris Lemond's book, about who killed Kennedy, a reference to a Donald Norton who had taken a $50,000 retainer to kill Oswald from Santos Tropicani up to Chicago, a mafia for a mafia hit and carried it, and so the name was in the literature that he used. Now, Armstrong said that other researchers found a Donald Norton that looked very similar. He showed me the picture. He looked very similar to the guy we met, who was still using that name, Donald Norton, down in Miami. But, I mean, I don't know if Armstrong's got every detail of it right, and if the person you met was fluent in English. I mean, there's also testimony in the Warren record that Marina seemed to suggest that the Oswald that she married was fluent in Russian and had a Georgian accent. At least that's part of it. Now, of course, Marina's testimony is, you know, first she talks in Russian, then she's translated by CIA handlers who are part of the white Russian community, and then the women, all the women that were taking notes were on maternity leave from CIA. So, you know, whether that's Marina's testimony or not, that's what they put in the record. But Dr. Tidowitz, did the Oswald that you knew speak Russian at all fluently or haltingly, or? Yeah.
Well, I repeat what I already said last night and here already. He was fluent as far as household things was concerned, shopping, his work, well, newspapers, they carried all the same, more the same words. He understood a lot, usually with foreign language learners. Active vocabulary is narrower than passive vocabulary. They more know than can say themselves. And he spoke quite fluently. Did I imitate him? Suppose you're a Russian audience, he would speak like that. I speak Russian very well, I understand all you said here, and I live in Minsk. Well, like that is what I would say, but quite adequate. And what surprises me here, why John Armstrong didn't care to come over to Russia. So many researchers, even the statue of Norman Mailer, came over. They stayed there for 3 months, and they had no doubts about that. I put it down to sort of some researchers a little bit too emotional, too involved and mesmerized with their own initial idea. They possibly believe it opens light, they understand the situation. Well, I do believe that there are many useful information in what Armstrong gives, but this should be, as I said, put in line with new evidence, you know. And so far, I do accept this with reserve. Thank you.
I want to say something in favor of John Armstrong. Even though I don't agree with certain things in the book, it's an amazing job of research. The guy went all over the country, tracked down all kinds of, all over the world, tracked down public records, school records. One of the things that amazes me was the morning after the assassination, about 9:30 in the morning, the FBI showed up at a junior high school in Fort Worth, and they got the assistant principal to come down and open up the records, and they found Lee Harvey Oswald's records as having attended the school, and according to the official record, Oswald was attending school in New Orleans at the time, but the FBI, how did they know to go to this high school, junior high school at Fort Worth the next morning and get the records? They took the records, have never been seen again, and Armstrong has this, and that's the kind of amazing research. He interviewed the assistant principal who saw the records, looked at them before he gave them to the FBI, and there's something very odd about that, and that proves, that's one of the thousands of proofs of 2 Oswalds in the book. You know?
Question about that. I think there were at least 2 Oswalds. Well, I need to move on to the next panel, but this is fascinating. Thank you. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Okay, our next speaker is going to be Chris Pike, who has a JD degree. It's on Penn Jones versus the national media, amend the First Amendment. Pike is a freelance journalist and an author of a forthcoming biography of Penn Jones, His Life and His Times. Jones was a founding investigator of the political assassinations of the 60s and maintained that the military successfully engineered a coup d'etat on November 22, 1963. Pike earned a Bachelor of Science degree in '73 from USC in Business Administration, a law degree from California Western School of Law in '79. Pike covered local government meetings as a correspondent and contributor for the Ouray Plain Dealer, Telluride Watch, and Ridgeway Sun newspapers beginning in 1994. He was recognized in 2010 by the Colorado Press Association for his story about an inventor of a device that can convert water into fuel cheaply for cars and trucks. In 2004, Pike provided consulting and sorting assistance of Jones's papers to the Baylor University collection, Political Materials at W.R. Page Legislative Library for the Graduate Study and Research, and Pike has been a speaker at several of our conferences in Dallas since 2004. Is a specialist on the topic of Operation Northwoods and is considered by many researchers to be a Joint Chiefs blueprint for the assassination. So is Chris here? He can come up.
Almost couldn't make it. I was on mountain time. An hour, I thought I had another hour to go.
One of my favorite quotes I always repeat from Penn Jones, he said, "We have been in the death grip of the military-industrial complex since November 22nd, 1963. And then he'd pause for a while and he'd say, "Now let's all pray I'm wrong."
He was my hero, and the day after the...
No, you need to get to the mic.
Don't I, though?
Either you can stand up here or...
Say a few words. I'm a little shaky because I'm late, and I'm forgiven, but I was late, and I'm a little, I get a little shaken up when I do that. I met Penn Jones in 1977, and I knew at that time that I really wanted to learn more about the assassination and a lot about him because I'd been researching the assassination for years before, and he made an incredible impression on me. But he had some very strong views about what happened to this country, and I want to share those with you today. And I think it's relevant because we've been through so many years of discourse and analysis and fact-finding about his political assassinations, and I'm grateful for John that he takes the entire continuum of it and all the aspects of it and not just focuses on JFK, because that is part of the issue, is, what other political assassinations served as a form of state control. So, just to show you how hip this guy was, he was there when Stevenson was hit with a placard the month before. I'm going to show you a picture, but go ahead now, Randy, go ahead to slide 1, please. Okay, all right, I'll just let me know when you're ready, if you can. You know where it is. So, anyway, he saw it was coming. He could feel it in the air. The John Birchers were all over the place. The KKK was half the police force in Dallas. He really hated Dallas and the culture there. And by the time they laid the president into the ground on that Monday, this right here, free press right here, having to say really early, there was shame, and the Dallas, I was just reading about this weekend, the Dallas Morning News did reference that there was shame in this city, obviously, for what happened. But this guy, Jones, he made some comments. I won't go long on this, but he blamed H.L. Hunt and General, what was his name? Walker, who he'd been tracking for some time before that as a reporter and journalist and editor. So I want you to have this, John, for your history museum, and I've got some of these in handout form as well. Oh yeah, that's a crown jewel from my collection. I have some of these for you if you want them, and there's good copy in here. It explains what he was thinking. He was way ahead of the curve. Okay. Oh, thank you. All right. Yeah, I'll do that. It's probably better, huh? Okay, this is the introductory part. Go to the next slide, please. okay, he was one of those targeted. He's one of the founding critics and researchers, as we've probably already learned. And there's the text, earmarking Jones as one of those, guys that had been, really getting to the issues that the CIA was concerned about, including mysterious deaths. Next slide, please. Now, I'm going to jump right to the chase, folks. We've been through so much. This is probably the most knowledgeable group of people in the country or in the world about our political affairs. So Jones was very frustrated at the end, at the end of his best years. He went with, he had to retire. The last 15, 20 years, he had Alzheimer's, and he was very ill, actually, towards the very end. But in his prime, he was frustrated about the set of conditions. He saw the whole equation. He was a member of 30 years in the military, and he condemned the military throughout his career, really, as well as during the period of the assassinations. But he thought, we can't have commercial media orchestrating all this stuff. So he didn't offer a solution at the time. He didn't talk about a constitutional amendment. And I'm not up here to start touting on that, straight ahead. I want to just plant a seed. I want you all to just think about the big game board, because our government agencies are using one. They have long-term planning. They have big strokes in places all over the world where they're doing their business. We are citizens. And as such, we can do some game boarding ourselves. All right, next slide, please. That's shortened abbreviation for freedom of the press. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of the press. Bottom line, that's what we're here for. Major media, internet, radio, television, all in a concentrated form now, dominating 90% of coverage. As I see it, that's an abridgment, but that's really abstract. It's not going to be easy to prove that, and forget about Congress even addressing the issue. Next slide, please. Now, here's the standard that Jones was relying on. He wrote this piece. This is my paraphrasing, by the way, and it's not that good, but it's pretty close. In 1962, before the assassination, he was out preaching about our democracy and about how we should be active citizens. He lamented that the church had capitulated, the unions were coming apart. He saw all the troubles coming that are here now in the early 60s before the assassination. So he devised this concept of responsibility, obligation, and duty. And he said the press has the highest duty, the highest mandate to publish the truth, seek the truth, and not be afraid, because too many lives were lost to get us this far in this country. The Revolutionary War was about freedom of the press as much as many other things in the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. Next slide, please. Here he lamented, and this is when he put his first book out, Forgive My Grief, in 1966. In the discharge of our duty as a newspaper editor, we must do everything possible to bring into some intelligible whole all the events surrounding the assassination. Inquiry is the lifeblood of truth, and the careful report of inquiry is the newspaperman's cross and grail. But grails are no longer attractive, and journalism is so timid and weak. He just, echoed really what Jefferson was saying during the Napoleonic Wars, but here we have this huge tragedy in this major post-war event, and he's just seeing it for what it is. How else account for the almost total disregard on the part of the national press of the many persons missing, murdered, or met with death strangely who were related to the tragedy? So that was his hallmark, was in that category of the dead witnesses and advocates. There were advocates in the media who were killed also, at least a handful. Next slide, please. Well, here he had all his life until he could no longer speak well and think clearly. But he said, what happened on November 22nd, 1963 was a made-to-order coup d'etat. Next, please. So my point with you is, after 50 years, we now know, not merely believe. I mean, I don't think many of you are believers anymore about conspiracy, right? You think you know? You know your mother loves you, that sort of thing. who to point our finger at, but what can we do, what must we do? Now, if Jones was standing up here, he'd be telling you what you must do. So I'm going to try to convey what I think he would say. Next, please. Next slide, Randy. Okay, this is some Wikipedia and surfing around, and I put my little editorial at the bottom there, but this came up from the Cornell Institute of Legal Information Institute, and read it if you would. Despite popular misunderstanding, the right to freedom of the press guaranteed by the First Amendment is not very different from the right to freedom of speech. It allows individuals to express themselves through publication and dissemination. It is part of the constitutional protection of freedom of expression. It does not afford members of the media any special rights or privileges not afforded to citizens in general. That's a thought provoker. And I ask, doesn't that include the CIA, who are deeply embedded and whose activities are funded by we the people? Remember James Douglas, some of you saw him the other night when the conference began saying, who supports this? And the answer was, the taxpayers are paying for this thing. It's our money and our rights at issue. Next slide, please. So, Mark Lane, of all people, issued a letter in 2011 he published in his book, which is worth reading, I think. He's got some stuff in there. CIA infiltration, ownership under control of major media outlets has resulted in making it an operation and policy-making entity. More constitutional issues there. Imperiling the functioning of our democracy. This is big words. I'm hearing this all throughout the conference, and I have some quotes here I want you to understand. I think we're coming to a point where we realize we got to do something else. And if you can look at that, the CIA's effort to limit the First Amendment's rights of authors to write and our people to read views that differ from the orthodox CIA analysis of important matters is self-evident. The CIA has its own website and it presents its positions there. Very little on that website, by the way. The CIA has its, in addition, from the shadows, utilizing the covert assets in the news media through the nation and overseas, it has prevented books from being published and has introduced feature writers and books reviewed about what to write. It does not favor. The First Amendment remains the single most important sentence in the documents that founded this democracy. Organizations acted in secrecy to reduce its teachings are a threat to what we believe in. So then he asked Obama to do something about it, the president. So he asked him to issue, I guess, an executive order that the CIA cease and desist from its ongoing efforts to interfere with the rights of Americans. It is well beyond their charter, but above all, it is subversive of all that we stand for. And you asked for the Attorney General. He said, I mean, that's a joke. Are you kidding? You think Obama's going to touch that with a redwood tree? No. Next slide, please. Next slide after that. Okay, Dr. Wecht, beginning of the conference, laid it down in bits and pieces throughout his presentation. Here's what I got from it. That was a coup d'etat, an overthrow of the government, and that the CIA was truly a separate government. Hello. Political assassination is a tool of state repression and political control, and action won't come from Congress. No brainers. We already believe that, right? Next slide, please. Randy. A surprise quote on, I believe it was CNN or NBC. He was interviewed with his niece, Carrie Kennedy, and I was taking notes, listening and surfing around. He laid this one down. A national security state is incompatible with our constitutional freedoms. That's huge. That's huge. We heard in March from him at the beginning of the cycle of the 50th anniversary about he believed there was a conspiracy. He understands. You understand. Next slide, please, Randy. Well, we know about the polls. 85% now. The number keeps going up. Others in the media say it's been going down. Heard that too. John said just the other day, maybe it was last night. No, it was on when he was speaking in public during the moment of silence. The dissent is the American press. And then I heard on television, scanning around on November 22nd, I was listening to Dan Rather and Tom Brokaw being interviewed. I think it was on CNN or MSNBC, one of those. And, you know, both Brokaw and Rather said, lone assassin, no conspiracy. But Dan said, I'm keeping an open mind. And I almost started just losing it at that point. 50 years of an open mind. Wonderful mind. Thanks, Dan. We love you. Okay. Joseph Goebbels quoted during this conference, think of the press as a great keyboard on which the government can play. Now, we all know from John's extensive research and presentations over the years that the government that has taken over was patterned after the Nazi Reich. Next slide. Well, we have my crude paraphrasing of Jefferson's statement here, but I think it brings this issue to light more. We're down to either or, it seems like. If I had to choose between a government with no press or a press with no government, you know what he said. Next slide. Now, I wasn't sure how far to delve into Citizens United, but we've all heard about it, I believe. That's campaign funding, and that was a reaction to Michael Moore, by the way, who made a film, Fahrenheit 9/11, and then the Republicans got into it and figured out that they could put something out about Hillary Clinton, but it was close in time to the election, and it resulted in litigation. And the long and the short is that we've had an outrage in the country about the weakening of campaign regulations. So here's a nice quote that was used by the dissent in this court. Remember, it was a 5-4 split decision, and now we have, you know, unlimited money coming from even possibly overseas, which is a big violation of our existing laws right now. It is the right of the public to receive. This is some analysis, and right now where we are in this big game board with Citizens United, 16 states have called for an amendment to reverse the court's decision. Huge. On the night of the election in 2010, Nancy Pelosi said, because they just got creamed, right? They lost like, what, 32 members of Congress, something like that. And she said, we've got to have constitutional amendment. I thought they were getting ready to say that before the election results, and then, of course, it happened. So the states have mobilized. And look what we got already. 16 states have called for an amendment to reverse the court's decision. Again, this is about campaign funding. It's not about mass media or consolidation bans or any of those kinds of things. But it's close. It's in the area of First Amendment. A Constitutional Convention. You know, you can go online and do your you know, probably don't remember it since high school, but look at the different types of conventions that there can be. Open conventions, limited, and so forth. Start thinking about it, because I'll tell you what, I don't know if I would want to come to the next conference to learn more, because I think I've learned enough. But if we can start looking at the big game board and ask ourselves, how do we deal with this big consolidation, this mass media, this fourth estate that is the CIA, that controls everything? They did a brilliant job, and it started during World War II. And we're still debating about how many bullets, whether there were, you know, 10 shooters or 4 shooters or 2 shooters. We're having all these debates, but I think all you folks here know we've got to look in another direction, and that's why I made this presentation today, and I thank you for your interest. Thank you. Thank you. How much time do I got? A couple minutes? Anybody have any comments or questions? Daniel, what about you? What are you thinking right now? It's like school. Have at it.
Obviously, the case of People United, I mean, is a disaster. There's no doubt about that, and there needs to be very aggressive action taken to set that aside. But the root cause of the whole thing goes all the way back to the issue of corporations themselves. The whole granting early on of corporations being persons, in especially granting immunization to all the people that own all the assets, basically the stock, and they immunize the management of the corporations. It's a whole mechanism that's been set up by basically the robber barons, the people we talked about, Brown Brothers Harriman and Sullivan and Cromwell and the other lawyers, to basically give them a vehicle for dominating and controlling the political process. And they've been doing that from a long time earlier than that. That there's I often say this, that there's an old Irish aphorism that the Irish refer to Ireland as the old sod. It's a nickname we use for Ireland. And there's an old aphorism that says, well, the old sod, it isn't what it used to be, but then it never was. The problem is that we focus on People United because it was so grossly conspicuous about what they've been doing. And this whole process has been going on since the dissolution of the Soviet Union in December 31st of 1991. The whole surge of the Project for a New American Century, what you really got was a reversion all the way back to the period before 1917, before the Soviet Union was set up. There's that whole robber baron era that went on from 1868, basically 1898, that whole period where they rose into the ascension of power. And they've just retreated back to that same position now. That's what we're looking at.
After the 13th Amendment was approved.
Yes. Yeah, and so what we're doing is we're looking at that. That's what's really confronting us here. And the People United and all these other manifestations of this dominating extreme right-wing court that we've got right now. You know, as you know, the American Civil Liberties Union is saying, look, stay away from the courts. Don't try to get into the courts right now because all they'll do is rule against you. And they're going to set up these devastating precedents for us. That I think what we need to do is we need to organize on a massive basis. My particular position is that in order to follow kind of Saul Alinsky's proposals, if you start out with stuff that really gets people the most angry and work there, this National Defense Authorization Act that was enacted, a lot of people don't even know about it, but the National Defense Authorization Act was signed into law at 11:55 midnight on 2011. The National Defense Authorization Act of 2012 authorizes now, signed into law by Obama, passed by the Congress, authorizes the military to take an American citizen into custody and put them into military detention with no right to appeal to a magistrate or exercise a right of habeas corpus, to also arrest them, not allow them to have any lawyer, put them in front of a military tribunal, and keep them there indefinitely without any charge or any probable cause to believe that a crime has been committed. We've been hammered now with what is the most astonishing revocation of our constitutional rights, basically, and that what we're doing actually in Santa Cruz, we're getting a resolution passed by the city council, and then we're going to get one passed by the county of Santa Cruz, and then by the whole state, basically directing the law enforcement people to refuse to allow any federal officials to come into the jurisdiction to enforce the National Defense Authorization Act. That what we have to do is we have to mobilize on the city level, county level, and state level, organizing against this type of military coup. And as you know, what Penn was talking about is that there's this national security state operation going on right now, not just from the enactment of the National Security Act of 1947, but there's a huge national security right-wing takeover basically going on in the country. And what we've got to do is mobilize and get people involved, because that we can all come together, the same 250 people that always come together and talk about these things, but we've got to engage, in my opinion. We have to engage regular people in the grassroots area to come to know about what has happened here. So I think that, when dealing with the Red Lion case, which our law firm did, the Cahill firm did the case in front of the United States Supreme Court, so I know all about that. But the fact of the matter is we've got to mobilize our own people and to stand up and to oppose first of all, the National Defense Authorization Act of 2012. It is the hallmark piece of legislation that is the cutting edge, is the point of the spear of the right-wing fascists that are in the country. So that's what we have to do, and I think it's extremely dangerous to start talking about a constitutional amendment, because the minute you start moving toward establishing a convention of any sort, the right wing is going to mobilize and come in and start cutting away at all kinds of constitutional rights, because that's what they're afraid of. What we have to do is exercise the constitutional rights, because the fact of the matter is, if we don't use those rights, they're going to atrophy. And that's what we have to do. We have to mobilize, organize our people, set aside bring law enforcement, local law enforcement, county law enforcement, state law enforcement into direct point of the spear confrontation with the military in the United States right now. That's my opinion.
Thank you, and thank you. Anybody else? Yes? Okay.
Thank you. I'm Richard Oakes from Baltimore, Maryland. I've done a lot of civil disobedience in my life, but against wars for the last 40, 50 years. But anyway, we all agree that, you know, we actually know who killed Kennedy, and we know why they killed Kennedy. The American people, as we just saw, 85% agrees. They don't know maybe who did it, but they know something's wrong. I think we should take our message now. We've been 50 years doing research as our priority. I think starting now, we should, as our priority, do activism. I agree. We've done enough research to know who killed them and why they killed them, and the American people can be easily educated, I believe, to accept what we're saying, that the CIA helps the corporations, and the corporations help the CIA. It's almost a unit. They work together, and I believe that the American people are very open to the concept that we have to hit the streets to get our save democracy. I've been arrested at the CIA in Langley before, a couple times. I'm ready to go back, and I don't think that civil disobedience is the whole answer, but it's a way to reach the youth. You know, we're against the mass media, but what we have is social media. And the young people are steeped in social media. We should use that to take on the mass media and to go to the youth and use the social media. And the young people in the demonstrations that I've been at lately are ready to take on, as we saw in the Occupy movement. They're ready to take on the corporations. So if we give them some new ideas and some information and some research, I think that we're ready to move.
Okay. Yeah, we got about time for one more, so.
Hi, I'm Andrew Craig. I'm an investigative reporter and author from Washington, D.C. And first, thank you, John, and all the other speakers for this magnificent conference. My quick point would be to be to beware of controlled opposition. And this morning, a friend of mine sent me an article in Mother Jones by David Korn, who says when he was young, he used to investigate JFK. And now that he's older, he realizes that Oswald did it alone, and it was a kind of foolish fancy of youth. I'm paraphrasing here. But David, who some of us know from Washington, you know, he's on MSNBC, Mother Jones, and they're not going to get into this. And there's so many pressures to steer us into, we've got to contribute to a progressive candidate or something like that. But what an eye-opening experience for people to know what has happened here in the larger dimensions. And very important point, I'm also an attorney that Daniel Sheehan made, that if you bring lawsuits, it's not necessarily going to work out well at all. I'll just close by, in talking about controlled opposition, I see right in front of me is my friend Wayne Madsen, who's done extremely pioneering research on a number of these issues, including the intelligence and foundation background of President Obama. His name came up, I know, yesterday. Someone denigrated his research. I've been to the National Archives with him when he looks at these kind of declassified CIA records, and it's very deep stuff, and we have to stay away from the two-party constraints, in my belief.
Take something
Thank you.
from Tom Lyons. I think he's wanted this. The mic, and then we'll have to quit because unless you don't want to hear from me.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'm Tom Blackwell from Dallas. I'm concerned about those that are confident that no matter what the grassroots may do, no matter what we may say, that they can handle things their way, that they can ignore us. They're confident that with a media of Rush Limbaugh and Michael Savage, which is not his real name, that they can motivate voters and end up controlling things. I support the Red Line decision as has been discussed here on the slides and a few moments ago. This is about the FCC fairness doctrine. The Reagan FCC removed the fairness doctrine. Congress passed it again. Reagan vetoed it. And then I organized a movement at the Democratic National Convention of 2000 in Los Angeles to put this in the platform. I got it past the platform committee unanimously. I got it past the convention unanimously, and then they ignored us. So they have this confidence of ignoring us. I've appeared at the FCC forum at the Consumer Electronics shows and taken them on right there in front of hundreds of people from that industry. I also knew Penn Jones. My father knew Penn Jones. I was at his funeral, sat next to Gene Hill at his funeral. I followed him. He and Mark Lane were the ones who got me involved in this. I started becoming involved in this in 1973, and I'm glad that I did. I know a lot more about it now than I did. It was about, this whole case was about people in my neighborhood who were involved. On the day of the assassination, school was let out early, and I rode my bicycle home. Little did I know I was going past the home of Abraham Zapruder on the way home that day. Right after the assassination, the house across the street became available for sale, and it was sold to a new neighbor, James Gordon Shanklin, who they named the FBI building for after all of this. So this is something this whole case is something to sum up today. It landed on me, and but I'm glad to have invested the time and effort and energy to learn a lot more about it. I think we're more substantially free because of forums like this, and I appreciate this forum.
Tom had something. Thanks, Tom.
I don't have a lot to say, but I do want to ask a question. Can you elaborate on what happened back with the Washingtonian when a suit was brought? Ask a question. Can you elaborate on what happened back with the Washingtonian when a suit was brought against the Washingtonian for linking David Aptley Phillips with Morris Bishop, who was supposedly seen with Oswald? And did the CIA have some kind of slush fund to bring libel suits to protect people like David Atlee Phillips? I remember reading something about that many years ago, but I'm suffering from outrage fatigue, and I sometimes have to read.
John's the one you want to direct that question to.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to it.
You weren't interested?
No, I just thought you were directing it to him, so.
Oh, no, I read years, well, I don't know whether it's a slush fund or what, but sometimes they take up a collection for libel suits. And I think one of the cases was when David Atlee Phillips was linked to Morris Bishop, who was seen with Oswald, that libel could become what's been called a political weapon to, especially with very well-funded organizations going after people who aren't so well-funded. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know anything directly. It wouldn't surprise me that they have a slush fund, though, for that purpose. And I'm sorry that we have to move on, but I'll try to leave some time for additional questions and comments of people. I wanted to take a minute to relay two JFK researcher jokes. I don't know too many, but one is that two Secret Service agents walk into a bar, and one of them orders a Lee Harvey Wallbanger, and the bartender says, 1 shot or 2. The other I just heard last night, and a Kennedy researcher spends his whole life working on the case and dies and ends up going to heaven. And God comes to the gate and says, welcome to heaven. And he says, well, that's great. He said, but I had a question. And God said, sure, question what? He says, could you tell me who killed Kennedy? And God says, I have a theory about that. So I recently spoke to a college student and mentioned the name of Lee Harvey Oswald. He asked me what he was known for. We're passing into a new era, and the Kennedy assassination may seem to the current generation as some irrelevant, if interesting, historical tidbit, much as the Lincoln assassination seemed to my generation. In reality, both those assassinations had a national impact. They shifted paradigms of understanding, and they impacted major policies and political trends that followed them. And both of them ended a forward agenda that was being carried out by these leaders and the hope that they represented for social change in their times. And so I'd like to put the Kennedy assassination into its historical and political context so that we can understand why it matters 50 years later and what we can do about it. Years ago, an older black man sitting on a stoop in Washington, D.C. overheard me talking about the assassination. And he responded, Kennedy, he dead. Well, indeed he is. But more died on November 22nd than the handsome and energetic President of the United States, far more in my view. This is James Madison in his Political Observations, 1795. He talks about a deep conviction of the danger to liberty and the Constitution from a gradual assumption or extension of discretionary powers in the executive departments from successive augmentations of a standing army and from the perpetuity and progression of public debts and taxes. Of all the enemies to public liberty, war is perhaps the most to be dreaded because it comprises and develops the germ of every other. War is the parent of armies. From these proceed debts and taxes, and armies and debts and taxes are the known instruments for bringing the many under the domination of the few. In war, too, the discretionary power of the executive is extended. Its influence in dealing out offices, honors, emoluments is multiplied, and all the means of seducing the minds are added to those of subduing the force of the people. The same malignant aspect in republicanism may be traced in the inequality of fortunes and the opportunities of fraud growing out of a state of war, and in the degeneracy of manners and of morals engendered by both. No nation could preserve its freedom in the midst of continual warfare. Thomas Jefferson said, I abhor war and view it as the greatest scourge of mankind. George Washington, in his farewell address, 1796, said, warning the country, to oppose foreign alliances, attachments, and intrigues which would stimulate and embitter. Hence, likewise, they will avoid the necessity of those overgrown military establishments which, under any form of government, are inauspicious to liberty and which are to be regarded as particularly hostile to Republican liberty. Hermann Goering at Nuremberg trials for war crimes said, naturally the common people don't want war. That is understood. But after all, it is the leaders of the country who determine the policy, and it is always a simple matter to drag the people along. Whether it is a democracy, or a fascist dictatorship, or a parliament, or a communist dictatorship, voice or no voice, the people can always be brought to the bidding of the leaders. That is easy. All you have to do is tell them they are being attacked and denounce the peacemakers for lack of patriotism and exposing the country to danger. It works the same in any country. America, for most of its history, adhered to the founders' ideals and disbanded armies at the end of each conflict, but that ended after the massive militarization of World War II. The false patriotism used to garner support for wars of greed and conquest abroad began in earnest during World War I, and objectors then were attacked, beaten, and imprisoned. Some were killed. For most of its history, America did not have conscription, at least not between wars, but that ended with the passage of the Selective Service Act in 1940 to sort out the glut of volunteers and allow rotational training at camps. It stayed in place until protests, objections, and resistance ended it in the early 1970s, so now we use a poverty draft or economic conscription much more efficiently to pit the poor and people of color against the same population in other countries. President Eisenhower, a decorated World War II combat general, in his farewell address in 1961 warned, until the latest of our world conflicts, the United States had no armaments industry. American makers of plowshares could, with time and as required, make swords as well. But now we can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense, so we've been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. Added to this, 3.5 million men and women are directly engaged in the defense establishment. We annually spend on military security more than the net income of all United States corporations. This conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new to the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, and even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for the development, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved, so is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the, and this is the first draft, military-industrial intelligence complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals so that security and liberty may prosper together. With the inception of the Pentagon in 1948 and the national security state in the same year under President Truman, these trends began in earnest. The Cold War sustained the lie for a need to continue the arms race and hostile foreign policies that included assassination and establishment of dictatorships, as well as an alliance with the Nazis that we considered enemies in World War II in the name of opposing communism. It provided a framework to crush labor unions as popular dissent in the 1950s. It led us into Vietnam and many other covert and overt wars abroad. It justified the huge military and intelligence budgets that cut into social services, human developments, and economic prosperity. America failed to heed Eisenhower's warning, and a huge armaments, aerospace, oil, land speculation economy grew in the Southern Rim, rising to power, in my view, on November 22, 1960. Social services, human developments, and economic prosperity. America failed to heed Eisenhower's warning, and a huge armaments, aerospace, oil, land speculation economy grew in the Southern Rim, rising to power, in my view, on November 22, 1963, with the assassination of John F. Kennedy by a military coup d'etat. Kennedy was working at the time to end the Cold War, to reach détente and a lasting peace and cooperation in space with the Soviet Union. His June 10 talk, months before his death, to the graduating class at American University, laid out a path to peace that was then abandoned. He had saved the world from a nuclear holocaust during both the Bay of Pigs fiasco and the Cuban Missile Crisis, when he communicated directly with Khrushchev instead of listening to General Curtis LeMay and other Joint Chiefs who wanted to go to global nuclear confrontation. LeMay stormed out of the missile crisis meeting saying, "We have to get rid of those sons of bitches," meaning the Kennedy brothers. Kennedy realized he had been lied to by the CIA and the Joint Chiefs in the Bay of Pigs matter when they tried to force his hand to bring U.S. air support to the rebel groups. He fired CIA directors, including Allen Dulles, Charles Cabell, Richard Bissell. Near the time of his death, Kennedy said he wanted to break the CIA into pieces and scatter them to the four winds. Dulles later sat on the Warren Commission and helped to cover up the real facts behind his death. The Strategic Interoperative Plan for Nuclear Response Attack would have led to long rows of B-52s flying over Russia and China, carpet bombing with Hiroshima-sized nuclear weapons. The atmosphere and life on the Earth would not have survived, for the most part, all over the globe. It has been recently revealed that there was a standing military order in the case of the assassination of an American president by foreign, read communist, sources that just such a Holocaust would be immediately unleashed. It nearly was on November 22nd. Kennedy was also pulling out of Vietnam, ordering all U.S. troops removed by the end of '64, in April of '63, a policy completely reversed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff November 25th, planning instead a 10-year war with 57,000 American dead. Kennedy was supporting many international movements for independence against old colonial rule. He realized that making peaceful revolution impossible made violent revolution inevitable. Instead, his successors escalated existing wars, supported colonial repression, and armed dictators and fascists as anti-communist allies for decades. George Brown of Brown and Root financed the political career of Lyndon Johnson, and his company made $4 billion on the construction of Cam Ranh Bay and other projects in Vietnam. Kennedy and his brother Robert were going after organized crime, rooting out mafia leaders and their organizations, while J. Edgar Hoover denied its very existence. They were also being moved by emerging civil rights movements and addressing the issue of race in America in the face of a century of replacing slavery with discrimination in education, hiring, and Jim Crow laws in the Southern Rim that did not want to change. Their support of Dr. Martin Luther King following the March on Washington enraged the racists. Robert was also assassinated before he could win the White House to follow his brother's policies and reopen an investigation into his case, since he rejected the Warren Commission's sloppy work and wanted to unearth the conspiracy responsible. On the domestic front, Kennedy stood up to the steel industry when they tried to fix prices and wages. He opposed the oil tax depletion allowance, which was $13 billion a year tax write-off for the industry, real money in 1963, which financed elections. Oil to this day gets tax breaks and drives the foreign policy in wars abroad for the most part. It is being replaced now by opium, a more lucrative project, 95% of which comes from a country called Afghanistan. Kennedy also wanted to normalize relations with Cuba and end another such confrontation with the Soviet Union, and had reached out to Castro at the time of his murder. Operation Northwoods, designed by the Pentagon and the CIA to create a traumatic incident that could plausibly be blamed on Castro and allow invasion of Cuba after the many assassination plots against Fidel, were strongly opposed by the Kennedy brothers. Kennedy fired Lyman Lemnitzer when he brought back a revised version of Northwoods, having already rejected the idea. In my view, the Joint Chiefs then planned to and implemented Northwoods on November 22nd, using the assassination as the traumatic incident and framing Oswald with a double, visiting the Soviet and Cuban embassies in Mexico City to link the murder to Castro. Troop transport planes were loaded on November 22 at major bases to invade Cuba. Navy SEALs stationed offshore waiting for the green light to find and kill Fidel. The Strategic Air Command bombers were disarmed by removing their code books on November 22nd, as well as preventing all secure communication between federal agencies. Those lines, when Lee Harvey Oswald survived arrest and death in the Texas theater, becoming a talking head instead of a dead red who knew far too much from his own background with naval intelligence, the U-2 spy plane, and intelligence operations at home. The murders that followed of Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and Robert Kennedy were for the same purpose: to extinguish public hope and organizing for ending militarism, racism, and poverty in the growing permanent war economy and the concentration of wealth in the last stages of monopoly capital. This is why these assassinations matter, because they define our current history and our political reality. They were meant to kill any hope for change in the war and money agenda. When the Cold War excuse was continued, when the Cold War excuse for continued militarism was threatened by the Soviet Union and it collapsed, and the excuse collapsed, a new enemy had already been defined by these war makers. Terrorism, and so was the response, more war, an end to civil liberties, the rise of the fortress state. Since the attacks of September 11, 2001, the military, intelligence, and homeland security systems have grown out of proportion to the past or any other country, spending over $8 trillion as of last year and more each day. The resulting wars have cost nearly $3 trillion. These institutions have also been increasingly privatized. The authorization for the use of military force passed by Congress after the attacks, again before the war in Iraq, have been renewed annually with little or no debate or discussion, along with annual renewals of a state of emergency. Both of these have been used to vastly increase the powers of the executive branch in the warfare state, and they were the excuse given for every violation of the constitutional rights and procedures of the Bush administration. When I worked on Capitol Hill for Representative Cynthia McKinney and as an intern for Representative Dennis Kucinich, I co-authored over 100 articles of impeachment based on violations of the oath of office, aggrandizement of executive powers, constitutional violations and breaches of international treaties, and the laws of war. They were each one sufficient to impeach had Congress wanted to act, and well documented. Sadly, the new president, Obama, continues to violate all of them and has in fact made some of the violations worse. This should not surprise us on one level, since after World War II, and especially after the Kennedy assassination, the hired guns have taken over the ranch and are holding the owners hostage. The presidents come and go. The Pentagon and the CIA sit and grow. Intelligence agencies determined the outcome of World War II and then began to determine who would lead countries around the world in its aftermath. The military and its contractors made sure that the profits of war would continue. Destabilization became the foreign policy of the United States for whole continents and regions and continues to this day. Most of you have heard of the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI. How many of you have heard of the DIA, the ONI, the NRO, the DISC? These agencies are larger, command more budget, and employ far more people than the CIA and FBI combined. Without oversight or public scrutiny for the most part, they carry out the foreign and domestic policies and repressions. The NRO, National Reconnaissance Organization, whose initials used to be secret, now the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, the Eyes in the Sky. The ONI, Office of Naval Intelligence, is the largest and oldest intelligence agency, and each branch of the military has its own. The DISC, the Defense Industrial Security Command, was set up to guard the atomic secrets of the Manhattan Project under General Leslie Groves. It is the largest domestic police force in the United States, but unknown to most of you. In fact, the creation of the first nuclear weapons at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, led to the creation of all these ills that we now face, including excessive secrecy, nationalization of security issues, increased power of the executive branch, special emergency powers, and the excuse for permanent war and armament. Read the book Bomb Power by Gary Wills. Of the 13 agencies in the intelligence community, 11 were always under the control of the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, which also controls 85% of the intelligence budget in secret and always has. The so-called black budget hidden in Pentagon spreadsheets. Most of you have now heard of the NSA, the National Security Agency, the electronic ear, because of revelations about warrantless wiretapping and illegal surveillance. They have always been under DIA. Even NASA, NASA carries out DIA projects over civilian priorities. Now all 13 agencies fall under a new Director of National Intelligence, the DNI, who you may have noticed is always a military officer. Domestic police forces have also been increasingly militarized. SWAT teams now carry out thousands of drug raids annually using excessive force, and local police use military weapons against the populace. Every major government agency now also has its own SWAT enforcement team, and they've been using them. ICE, the Immigration Enforcement Agency, has been brutal and runs secret prisons. This trend began with the use of military weapons and tactics under COINTELPRO and the Joint Task Force approach against the Black Panthers, the SLA at Wounded Knee, Waco, and the Move House in Philadelphia. Top Secret America by Dana Priest and William Arkin outlines the massive growth of privatized intelligence function, including farming out security clearances, which led in part to the Snowden situation. In Arkin's new book, American Coup, he outlines the role of continuity of government planning since World War II and the threat it poses now to democracy and the Constitution. The plans for nuclear war led to doomsday provisions. These grew into more elaborate plans that now link to natural disasters, mass protest or rebellion, outbreaks of disease. In the 1950s, the McCarran Act allowed indefinite detention in special camps of, quotes, anyone who might possibly be thinking of probably committing any act of espionage or sabotage against the United States or planning to overthrow the government. And they could be detained without access to habeas corpus or trial by judge or jury. 36 former Japanese confinement camps, abandoned military bases, and other sites were designated as security prisons for this purpose. 13 of them were opened up and prepared for service just before the Kent State shootings by National Guard units. The executive branch has renewed this power of suspending habeas corpus and effected many secret imprisonments and indefinite detentions in undisclosed locations, as well as illegal renditions away from justice since 9/11. Elaborate plans for martial law were developed. The Tom Charles Houston Plan, revealed during the Watergate hearings, is a blueprint for much of our current excess. I suggest you go back and read it. A similar plan was hatched by Oliver North during ContraGate, never revealed. The special protocols regarding continuity of government, which was declared on 9/11 and never publicly revoked, have been denied any congressional oversight or knowledge. Continuity of government effectively suspends the Constitution, picks an elite group under the Pentagon, FEMA, and the National Security Council, some executive branch and agency personnel, and a few members of Congress to run the country from an undisclosed location for the duration of the emergency. Some of you may recall the Washington Post headline, October of 2001, shadow government operating in secret. Cheney and Rumsfeld designed these plans during the Reagan years in response to the Church Committee. If they ever declare code red, over 150 federal authorities have shifted, all mail, media, and even highways come under direct military control. A special White House crisis management or emergency operations unit creates the conditions for continuity of government. Congress is considered irrelevant in the planned scenarios, as are the rest of us, save for those targeted for detention camps. If the Capitol was a target and all of Congress died, official plans suggest there wouldn't be any need to replace them until the declared emergency is over. The emergency of 9/11 has been renewed annually since then. FEMA held readiness exercises annually. Rex 84 was a martial law scenario rounding up Salvadoran immigrants and U.S. citizens who might protest U.S. policies in those countries. As an example, all these involve martial law plans. FEMA currently has camps set up and plans for Operation Endgame, detention and mass deportation of millions of immigrants. Special militarized police forces are being trained for these operations. President George Herbert Walker Bush created a civilian reserve corps, recruited at gun shows to be deputized and armed in the case of emergencies here or abroad that required the National Guard units to be deployed, leaving local armories and anti-riot functions to these untrained volunteers after a week of training at a military base. They would have power to use lethal force. RAND Corporation studied the transition to counterterrorism in the 1980s with the Army War College and the response to each level, conventional weapons and bombs, chemical biological attacks, and nuclear weapons, escalated the clampdown, suspended the Constitution, put the military in control. Remember the military raids in Boston neighborhoods after the Marathon bombing? That is a planned response, and not random. They're testing it. People say that in America, someone will always disagree, and that it will always talk. I'm sorry, someone say in America, someone will always talk, and that it is impossible to keep anything secret. Well, I disagree. We carried on a 10-year covert war in Laos in complete secrecy, a bombing war in Laos in secrecy. But it is harder now with the internet and cell phones and mass communications to keep everything secret. The creation of the national security state, the massive classification of secrecy powers given to the agencies in the military, led to an effective end to history. Our history has been stolen and buried from us, as well as our foreign policy and war crimes. President Obama's executive order of January 2009 demanded release of any files classified more than 25 years ago, and they'd be released immediately without further agency review. This has already been frustrated by a law that ostensibly protects nuclear secrets, but in fact slows the release of all other records. A National Declassification Center estimates that the order covered over 375 million pages, but estimates from others familiar with the real hidden archives come closer to 1 billion pages. At the same time, teams are going through previously declassified records since 9/11 and reclassifying them. An additional 15,000 printed pages a year are newly classified. The electronic and digital files are reaching the event horizon of a black hole. Every 18 months, another petabyte of these records are classified and locked away. A petabyte is 1,000,000 gigabytes. The government could not afford to hire in the subsequent 18 months enough people to read a petabyte of data. So meta tags are being used at the point of classification so that computers can later do the declassification, if any. The National Records Center, part of the National Archives in Suitland, Maryland, houses primarily classified military records since World War II. They're housed in underground buildings, each of them an acre in size. There are 27 of them. Our history, literally buried and kept from us, and a people without a history is a conquered people. It is in this context that we need to put the current attacks on Bradley Manning, Edward Snowden, and many other whistleblowers. If not for veterans who told the truth when they returned home from Vietnam, we would never have known about the My Lai massacre of civilians or the many other systematic war crimes that marked that war and all modern war, which is now inherently genocidal since 94% of the casualties are civilians, ethnocidal, and ecocidal. The Obama administration has been worse for whistleblowers than even Bush was. They're invoking the Espionage Act against people exposing government waste, fraud, and corruption and lying. Intelligence leaks, like out of the agencies, are exempt from whistleblower protections, which are minimal anyway. But until Manning's case, the government efforts in this regard, with their draconian sentences to make a scapegoat and send messages to others, have failed to get convictions. But it hasn't stopped them from trying. Vilification in the press, presidential statements about guilt before charges, much less trial, false assessments of the harm is caused by revealing outrageous breaches of international laws of war and crimes against humanity. Bradley Manning was put in an open cage when he was arrested by the Army in Afghanistan, like gay men were in World War II, and then tortured in his cell at Quantico by the Marines. They're treating Snowden and Julian Assange and Bradley Manning like the Emmanuel Goldstein of 1984, the enemy of the state, with constant hate week propaganda against them. If you haven't read 1984 lately or ever, I recommend it for understanding where you live now. Read The Book of Revolution by Goldstein, which Julia reads aloud to Winston. It's a good description of the last stage of monopoly capital, when surplus is destroyed rather than distributed, and permanent war leads to a fascist totalitarian state. Winston later discovers that even the Book of Revolution was written by the party in charge of the state. His job is to put inconvenient truths, photos, and facts down a memory hole at the Ministry of Truth. Another employee, Sims, has the job of reducing the number of words in the dictionary to prevent thought crime, since without a word there would be no concept. A few years from now, Winston, Sims says, we will not even be able to have this conversation. We are fast becoming post-literate, post-historical, and increasingly post-scientific and post-rational. Those who research and part the veil of lies to wake us up from the nightmare. In a time of universal deceit, Orwell said, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. And Martin Schatz, in his book, History Will Not Absolve Us, says that the political paralysis in America is based on the fact that we are allowed to believe anything but to know nothing. If we cannot know, we cannot act. But even in the face of this, some of us speak the truth to power. Some of us make the demands the power will never concede without. As Frederick Douglass noted long ago, despite all of this, there is a tradition of democracy and freedom, a potential, and the tools of communication available that makes it possible to reverse these trends and create a way out of this morass of fear and lies and hopelessness that we are fed. We have more options than most people in the world to make a democracy a reality for all, not a code word for government control and what Buckminster Fuller in his last book called the gross universal cash heist. Vincent Salandria, an early critic of the Warren Commission, the official version of the Kennedy assassination, argues that the murder is not a mystery that cannot be solved in our lifetimes, but was instead meant to be transparent in its implication of the national security and warfare state. Our confusion and denial over 5 decades are based on what the acceptance of that reality means and what we are then responsible to do if we wish to live in a democracy or even a society based on law. But until we face it, we remain in the paralysis that Schatz has described. Once we do, however difficult it may seem, we can and must respond. Once we admit that our democracy and hope for the future has been stolen, we can work to take it back and confront the lies and the false values that we suffer from. Thomas Jefferson said, and Chris had it in his slideshow, that given the choice between a government without a newspaper without a government, he would always choose the latter. He understood that the flow of information is more central to the democratic process than the machinery used to carry out the popular will. Sadly, the two institutions central to this flow, education and the media, which were designed as commonwealths that belongs to all of us, have instead been corrupted and monopolized to serve corporate interests and the machinations of the intelligence and military disinformation and propaganda necessary to control public consent for their agendas. If we want democracy, we need to restore those commonwealths. They don't own the media like they own a mine. They only monopolize the bans that are issued by the FCC. Objectively, we now have the science, the knowledge, the resources to create a better world that can use sustainable energy and safe energy and agriculture to support all life on the planet, including other species, feed, clothe, house, and even transport and entertain everyone in the world if we distribute the surplus of the wealth instead of hoarding it. And we also have the technology and communication necessary to create real, participatory, direct democracy and translate informed public will into rational policies that can end injustice and the causes of war. In the 1980s, Bill Kelly and I founded the Committee for an Open Archives to release the JFK assassination files, which we saw as the next step in keeping the case alive. Oliver Stone's film generated the momentum, and the bills that we got introduced weren't moving in Congress, but that led to the JFK Records Act being passed when it came out in the film. COPA was formed in large part, our organization, to implement that act, and we now have over 6.5 million pages declassified, not all of them. So I think we need to continue to demand that all files be released. And I've also drafted and trying to get pushed in Congress, and hope people will help with this with their representatives to the extent they represent you. I always draft, a Martin Luther King Records Act to release all the files regarding Dr. King, including those church records that Rex Bradford showed aren't out yet on COINTELPRO and all this. But it hasn't moved yet, so we're pushing for a sponsor, and once it moves, it would also allow oversight of the JFK Act that it's based on. Another possible route would be a petition for a courageous DA to treat JFK's murder as a cold case, collect new evidence, and convene a grand jury. A federal grand jury would require the FBI to be the investigative arm, but a local jury would not. I proposed this to the mayor of Dallas as a way to get the press in the world to forgive Dallas and get the catharsis that he really wants. Someone last night was suggesting perhaps a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, except I think that people come to those after they're taken out of power. And these people are still in power. So I don't know what the momentum would be outside of immunity. We are holding a moment of silence this year, and we did it. We're visible. And I think visibility on this issue makes a difference. I appeal to people everywhere to hold their own moment of silence, and do, even if you can't get to COPA, wherever you are, to do that. And those efforts succeeded. We got out into the press, and we were visible. And I'm working, as you know, to create this Museum of Hidden History in Washington, D.C., because that's the audience that we need to reach, not the choir, but just the people coming. And the fact that it's hidden is going to make people peek in the door to see what it is. Okay, so that's the hook, but we can get people in and teach them the real history that's hidden to them by this country and by their perspectives and all the different levels of how you look at history. By demanding a resolution of the Kennedy assassination through full release of records, a grand jury, or these processes, we could begin the process of reclaiming the past as well as our future, because we can know, we can act, and we can win, in my view. We persisted. They haven't knocked us out for all of their efforts. We're still winning in the public opinion. Leonard Cohen sings that love is the only engine of survival. Instead of alienation, lies, and fear that drive most of our lives, we could learn to adopt instead the goal of real human community. We could learn to live with each other, not at the expense of each other, and we could learn to love truth and find the courage to act on it. So I wanted to end with a quote that I like from Bob Dylan in All Along the Watchtower. "There must be some way out of here," said the joker to the thief. "There's so much confusion. I can't get no relief. The businessmen, they drink my wine. The plowmen dig my earth. But none of them along the line know what any of it is worth." "Well, no need to get excited now," the thief he kindly spoke. "There are many of those among us who think that life is but a joke. But you and I, we've been through that. And that is not our fate. So let us not speak falsely now. The hour is getting late." I wouldn't be here but for the early researchers and all of you. And, you know, you might not be in this building but for me and my machinations, but I think it's important that we come together and try to talk about what's real and what's left of democracy. I used to tell Penn out on the knoll, you know, we may be all there is, but at least we hold up the flame out here, you know, for some kind of different country. And I wrote Penn once and said that I had read that dolphins who began to be captured by the Japanese when they were fishing for tuna, because dolphins follow tuna for, that's their, you know, what they eat. And in the past, the deep nets would come up, and the dolphins were smart enough, they before getting caught, that the tuna weren't all that bright. But then they started shallow netting, and so the net comes up before any of the fish can realize it, and the tuna are stuck, or the dolphin are stuck there with the tuna and no way to get out. And what they observed is that knowing that the end is near, the dolphin began to swim in a vertical circle so that each one of them would have air until the end. And I told Penn that I thought if we were trapped in such a situation, he's the kind of human being that would swim in the circle and not grasp for all the oxygen himself. But I think that's who we need to be to each other. And I do think that this monopolization of capital has forced us all to have a primarily economic relation to each other. But it's not a natural relation. The natural relation is human community and cooperation. That's what Gandhi said. He said the history of the world is told in the history of wars and conflicts, he said, but the real history of the world is a history of cooperation. That's how we survived. And we need to get back to forming real and trusting human communities on all different scales in order to break this game, because this game relies on our alienation and fear. And we can play a different game. We can take out of it. And I also wanted to thank again all the volunteers, including especially my partner Marilyn Tenenoff, who, you know, you wouldn't be sitting here without her, because I had a bad arm all these months, and she really did the work. So thanks to her and to Joe Green and Randy and all the people who do tech work, Dave Starks, and all of you for supporting COPA and for coming out. We're going to try to go to Baylor. It seems that the conditions are okay for the bus to get down there. The storm's not supposed to hit till a little later. We'll leave Baylor early if we have to, if that's what the driver says, but I'm hoping we can go down there and have a dinner and see it. So those of you who got tickets, or if you want tickets now, we have some left for the Baylor bus. It leaves exactly at 2, so be back at the lobby at 2 o'clock, and we'll go down because there's fun stuff to see. Yes. No, I'll put the speech up. I'm glad to do that. You know, I'm kind of discouraged. I mean, Jack Calhoun had gotten it stuck in something that somebody else gave him, and he found it and brought it back to me. I don't know what happened to it. But I was kind of discouraged because I was hoping maybe the government came and stole it, and that they'd open up a file, because it would be one file in there where they could get real information.